señora Lúcia de Juan Ferré, vice-reitora de la Universidad Complutense de Madrid, señor Carlos Américo Pacheco, diretor-presidente de FAPESP, estimados investigadores, estudiantes e invitados, muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Yo soy el único aquí que va a hablar en portuñol, porque creo que es una lengua común que nos une. Entonces voy a pedir a todos un poco de comprensión. Es un honor estar aquí, en esta prestigiosa universidad, para darles la bienvenida a la FAPESP Week España, un evento cuya realización celebro con entusiasmo y que representa una nueva oportunidad para fortalecer los lazos entre Brasil y España, con un enfoque en el campo de la academia, la ciencia y la tecnología. En primer lugar, me gustaría destacar el contexto sólido y dinámico de las relaciones bilaterales entre nuestros países. España, con un stock de inversiones superior a los 80.000 millones de dólares, es el segundo inversor extranjero en Brasil, solo superado por los Estados Unidos. Si se toma el promedio del stock de inversiones de los últimos 10 años, las inversiones españolas representan 2 veces las inversiones de Reino Unido, de Francia, 3 veces las de Alemania y 4 veces las de China. Eso es algo que la gente no se da cuenta, porque las empresas españolas como Santander, Telefónica, Iberdrola, Repsol, están ahí en nuestra vida y a nosotros brasileños las consideramos como brasileñas. Esas empresas han desempeñado un papel estratégico en el desarrollo de diferentes sectores de la economía brasileña, contribuyendo a la generación de empleo, innovación e infraestructura de alta calidad. Este intercambio económico también se refleja en el ámbito cultural, donde la afinidad lingüística, que estoy demostrando aquí, histórica entre nuestros pueblos, ha favorecido colaboraciones artísticas, académicas e institucionales. En el ámbito científico ya contamos con sólidas alianzas entre instituciones de investigación y universidades de ambos países. Existen acuerdos entre instituciones españolas y entidades brasileñas como CNPq, FINEP, CONFAP y la propia FAPESP, que mantiene convenios con el Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, el Desarrollo Tecnológico Industrial y la Secretaría de Estado de Investigación e Innovación. La Universidad de Salamanca, la Universidad de Girona, la Universidad Miguel Hernández de Elche y esta Universidad Complutense de Madrid. Esta cooperación ha dado lugar a la publicación a lo largo de los años de miles de artículos científicos conjuntos en las más diversas áreas, así como a la consolidación de una amplia diáspora científica brasileña en España. Eventos como la FAPESP Week amplían esa colaboración al promover diálogos e iniciativas orientadas al avance de conocimiento y la resolución de desafíos. En lo que representa a Brasil, el gobierno brasileño, a través del Itamaraty, nuestro Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, trabaja activamente para promover el reconocimiento de nuestro país como una nación innovadora en el escenario internacional de ciencia, tecnología e innovación. Desde 2017, el programa de diplomacia de la innovación busca proyectar una nueva imagen de Brasil, la de una nación que no solo consume, sino que también produce tecnología de vanguardia. A través de este programa promovemos la internacionalización de los ecosistemas de innovación brasileños y fomentamos asociaciones estratégicas con actores globales como universidades, centros de investigación y empresas. Más allá de la diplomacia científica, que se centra principalmente en la interacción entre las instituciones académicas y científicas y los gobiernos, la diplomacia de la innovación reconoce la importancia del gobierno, de la academia, del sector privado y de la sociedad civil como actores fundamentales en el proceso de innovación. Esta diplomacia prioriza el establecimiento de alianzas con instituciones y empresas extranjeras líderes en áreas estratégicas de CTI, para acercar estos diferentes sectores y promover la transferencia de tecnología, incentivar el desarrollo de empresas de base tecnológica, atraer proyectos de investigación, desarrollo e innovación, atraer inversiones, acceder a nuevos mercados, crear soluciones innovadoras para los desafíos globales y mejorar las condiciones de vida del pueblo brasileño. La red de sectores de ciencia, tecnología e innovación, hoy presente en 65 de las más de 200 misiones diplomáticas de Brasil en todo el mundo, desempeña un papel esencial en esta estrategia. Los sectores, como los llamamos, funcionan en este sentido como puentes entre Brasil y el mundo, facilitando el intercambio de ideas, promoviendo la cooperación científica y tecnológica y identificando oportunidades. Este trabajo se realiza, además, en sinergia con los sectores de promoción comercial y los sectores culturales de las misiones brasileñas en el exterior. Se trata de combinar las promociones tecnológica, comercial y cultural en un enfoque integrado. Eventos como la FAPESP Week son la expresión concreta de lo que la diplomacia de la innovación busca promover. Aquí, científicos, investigadores y estudiantes tienen la oportunidad de dialogar, intercambiar experiencias y explorar nuevas posibilidades de colaboración, reafirmando que la ciencia y la innovación, como el comercio y la cultura, trascienden fronteras. Por lo tanto, les deseo una jornada productiva y fructífera y que las conexiones que se establezcan aquí sirvan para fomentar aún más la cooperación, los avances científicos y tecnológicos y, por qué no, también el comercio en beneficio de nuestras sociedades. Muchas gracias a todos y buen trabajo.
Thank you very much, Carlos and Orlando. Now is my turn. I would like to give you a brief introduction to the organization of this FAPESP Week. Really, everything started more than a year ago with a teleconference with Raúl and all the FAPESP people trying to look for an option to organize the FAPESP Week here in the Complutense, because we believe that we have to promote the collaboration between the researchers in Spain and in Brazil. And in this first meeting, we designed the skeleton of the agenda, and thanks to the scientific committee and the experts of the scientific committee, they have been designing all the topics, all the researchers, all the speakers that have carried out the final agenda that we have today for these 3 days. So I would like to thank the FAPESP Organization Committee, also the people involved in my Vice-Rectorate, especially to the director of the unit of the Office of Research, the Transfer of Research, Mercedes Tarabillo, que is at the end of the meeting, and also the researchers from Spain and from Brazil that has helped to organize and design this agenda. We know that this type of initiatives, the organization of these congresses that put together researchers and public and private companies plays a relevant role for improving international collaborations. At the end, our main objective is to create a platform, a connection between these researchers in order to look for new collaborations, new opportunities for funding, also to detect the gaps that we have in research, and also fostering innovation. As we know, the main objective of the university is to create and to generate knowledge, and it's also our responsibility to transfer this knowledge to the society. So in this case, we are going to compile in these 2 days everything related with research and also the transfer of this knowledge to the society. As you can know, in Spain, 70% of the research is carried out by university. So the relation, the collaborations with universities is crucial and really important to be able, because they play a specific, a really important role in the research in our country. The University Complutense of Madrid, the researchers, they have already collaboration with Brazilian researchers, but we know that we can do more. We need to push our researchers to look for new collaborations. I would like to point out 3 main collaborations that we have nowadays, or tools that we use to promote this research. The first one is the Ibero-American Union of Universities. In this case, it's an agreement between our university, the Barcelona University, Buenos Aires, Autonomous from Mexico, and also the São Paulo University. So that's another proof that really we do collaborate. No? In this case, the main objective, of course, is to promote high-quality research through different actions. For example, funding research projects, mobility, postgraduate schools, and another action. The second type of collaboration that we have is the academic, scientific, and cultural collaboration agreements. This is dealt by the Vice Rector of International Affairs and Cooperation, and in this case, we have signed already more than 40 agreements with organizations and foundations from Brazil to define really a legal framework for this research. In most of the cases, they do not involve funding, but really is the first stop. The stone is the first stop for the next collaborations. And we believe that it's really important to sign these agreements. And the third one deals with transfer, as mentioned, is really important for the university. And through contracts, we do this relation between the public and the private. As you have seen and I have mentioned, we have a really busy agenda with including really important topics. I think, and I encourage you to take the most of it and take advantage of all the moments that we have for discussion, for debate, all the social gatherings, the coffee breaks, to exchange all the research that you perform. I think we have created between FAPESP and the UCM the best environment, so let's take advantage of it. And just to finish, thank you again to the Scientific Committee of FAPESP. We are honored that you choose the University Complutense of Madrid to organize this week. Also the Committee of Experts, and I just want to wish you that you enjoy the conference, enjoy the Complutense, and I hope you have time to enjoy our beautiful city of Madrid. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Dr. Raúl Machado, advisor of the presidency and coordinator of the FAPESP Week, that wants to give us a few details of this Congress.
Okay. Minha apresentação. Just a few words about FAPESP Week, but not before registering and greeting Universidad Complutense, our partner and host, and the special effort and support from Professor Lucia Juanferre and Professor Mercedes Taravillo Carralo. And a special reference and thanks for the honorable and prestigious presence of Mr. Ambassador of Brazil, Orlando Leite Ribeiro. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, FAPESP Week. Let's say a couple words about FAPESP Week. FAPESP Week was established in 2011. This is the 23rd edition, and this is one initiative to promote interaction, to consolidate interactions previously established, and now to connect with initiatives related to innovation. So here some of the logos of the different editions of FAPESP around the world, okay? So, and the distribution of this event around the world in different places, and some images of the sections of FAPESP Week around the world. We believe that this international event that involving internationalization, involving multidisciplinarity, involving multi-institutionality and complementarity is a key to solving problems, create alternatives, and innovation. My experience at UCM started much before, about 10 years ago. Am I right, Isabel? Yes. I was with Isabel responsible for the beginning of the you always blame me because the name was, I started the name, UIU. UIU is Unión Iberoamericana de Universidad. So we start this, and it's still ongoing, and we are very pleased to see this is still in place and probably growing and getting much more relevance than before. Before I finish, I would like to thank you all again and wish you all a very productive time during this FAPESP Week. Thank you very much.
Okay. No podemos ver la presentación.
Vale, pues.
Yo, in my case, I want to see your presentation. I will sit there, and then later I will come back. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Porque si no, no veo la presentación del otro.
Vale, pues voy a hacer una pequeña introducción. Okay, I'm not going to introduce myself, you know me already. We are going to start, as you know, we have two sessions now regarding financing and the collaboration between university and also with the private companies, the industry, and we are going to start with the first keynote speech that is dealing with financing, interdisciplinarity, impact of international collaborations on science quality between Brazil and Spain researchers. No? In this case, it's a 45-minute sessions. There are two speakers that will be 15 minutes each, and then we'll have some time for discussion. No? As a brief introduction to the keynote, I would like to point out the different tools that we have for all this collaboration regarding, in some cases, regarding funding. And mention three of them in my opening session, the union universities, the agreements and the contracts, but it's also important everything related with the funding in Spain, at least with the EU funding. For example, in the University Complutense of Madrid, we had 5 projects with Brazilian partners that it was more than 34 million euros. Another important part is the national funding bodies. We have here the director of the agency, the Spanish agency, that I'm sure he will explain later on all the possibilities. In our case, the Complutense, for example, has had 22 projects with Brazilian partners. And the last one is our own program, the university program, mainly dealing with mobility and organization of congresses. In this case, for the last years, we have organized more than 150 activities. I think mobility of researchers, is also really important to start this collaboration. There were mentioned some of the data regarding scientific production that really is an outcome of all the research that we do all together. In the case of the Complutense, for example, there are 2,743 publications with Brazil. So as I was saying, we do collaborate. We should do even more. And in a study from the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology, our FECIT, there are almost 30,000 papers together with Brazil. So as you can see, we have a really active collaboration. In this case, Spain is the third country behind United States and United Kingdom that collaborates in the research with Brazil. So I think, as I mentioned, we are in the right place. I don't want to take you more time. I would like to pass the floor to my colleagues, to the speakers of this session, that they are going to share with all of you their experience about collaboration with Brazil and at an overall point of view. First of all, is Isabel Diaz. Thank you very much for coming. Is the Deputy Vice President for International Collaboration in CSIC, I don't know in English, CSIC, is the Spanish National Research Council. She has a PhD in chemistry. Her background is in transmission electron microscopy. She is a senior researcher in a research institute from CSIC, and she is also a professor at the chemistry department of Addis Ababa University. From 2022, was appointed, as I mentioned, Deputy Vice President for International Cooperation, and in her unit, the strategy, they try to handle the strategy for large international infrastructures and also international cooperation. Thank you very much, Isabel.
Thank you very much, Vice Rector. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I have to apologize on behalf of Eloisa del Pino, President of CSIC. She was invited to come to the event, and she was really willing to do so, but her agenda just was overlapping some other event, and she could not come today. So I'm sorry, you have to bear with me. 15 minutes only, not a big deal. Anyway, thanks for FAPESP, for the invitation, Complutense University, for hosting the important event, a week. And it is indeed an honor, and like you're saying, Lucia, a reason for us to be here. It's natural to be here because the CSIC collaborates with Brazil and throughout history. So we just joining forces with Complutense in this particular case to make the week more fruitful. And I also see in the audience there is a director of the Institute of Mathematics of CSIC joining me today. So CSIC is present. I mean, apart from the institution, the researchers, our directors, our managers, they will join throughout the event. Well, I've been introduced, so I'm not going to talk about myself, but I chose this title deliberately when we were asked to give a title about the presentation. I'm just going to introduce the CSIC. I just want you to leave this roundtable knowing who we are. But I chose this particular title, Research and Science Diplomacy for Sustainable. Science is a super powerful tool for science diplomacy, or for diplomacy in general, actually. It's a matter of giving our diplomats, where the ambassador was saying something before, I mean, it's a matter of giving our diplomats the tools to have these soft conversations when they are uncomfortable in having political conversations. Then we give them the reasons to go and talk to each other about something nice. Right? So that's why we call that, in my opinion, science diplomacy is a strong tool for sustainable development. And I'm going to start by the latest activity that we have done at the CSIC from last Friday, actually. Friday 22nd, we launched, I didn't bring the photo because I just downloaded them in the weekend. We launched at the European Parliament in Brussels, a new alliance. 12 institutions in Europe we have decided to gather together to do advocacy. Beautiful word, advocacy. It's something between lobby and strategy and petting people, right? So advocacy is a nice way of saying that we want to tell the new European Commission that we are there. Yes, we are the scientists. We are on the ground. We have people in Africa. We have people in South America, in Latin America and Caribbean. We have people in Asia working there. Unfortunately, we cannot open offices there yet. But we have the researchers on the ground. We are doing science. So the idea of this alliance is called ERASUD, European Research Alliance for Sustainable Development, with very interesting institutions, IDOS, German Institute of Development and Sustainability, GIGA, two German institutions, Stockholm Environment Institute, CSIC, IRD, Institut Pasteur, institutions that are working on sustainable development. They are indeed very strong research institutions, but they are specialized in sustainable development, which is something that us, I spent 25 years of my career looking at atoms. Then you need perspective to do life cycle assessments, to do impact in society, right? So I can't do it myself. I'm a chemist, I just know about atoms, right? So I need to team up with institutions, with partners that know how to do this. So that's what we do. So this is just to tell you how important it is, and we do it with values that are our roots and our grounding, equity, reciprocity. We're not doing parachuting science. We don't want to go somewhere, just take the data and leave home. No, we want to collaborate. We do collaborate. Let me tell us who we are. We are CSIC, we are a research performing organization. The rest, 30% of the research in Spain is done by research performing organizations, and we are the largest. We have Instituto de Salud Carlos III, Instituto Astrofísico de Canarias, CIEMAT, and CSIC. Each of the other three are specialized in one particular topic: health, space, energy. Unfortunately, or fortunately, CSIC, we do everything, all the rest, right? All the rest plus what they do as well. So the only things that we don't do research on education, law, and psychology. That doesn't mean that we don't have teachers, lawyers, and psychologists. We just simply do not have an institute on that, right? We are 15,000 employees right now, divided by researchers in training, technicians, and managers. We're not university. We don't have students. We don't give degrees, but we can host master students or practicas, internships, or PhD students. We just do not provide the degrees because we have wonderful universities that do it together with us. We are equal in men and women, although I don't want to get into this because I would need a half an hour to debate about gender equity, but you can see what happens, right? And the technicals and managers, women are higher. When we go to professors, men are higher. We're working on that as well. 124 research institutes. We have a research institute in every region of the country. We also have delegations. In particular, we have a delegation in Brussels. That's the place to be when we want to work in Europe, right? So our delegation in Brussels is super active and help us in dialogue with other partners. Sorry, change the fonts. Anyway, our strategic plans, just the words in red, we like challenges. We're scientists. We like a challenge. We want to solve problems. That's what we work for. And we do it attracting or retaining talent. We don't care where the talent comes and goes. We just want to have the best talent to do the best science anywhere in the world. We want to have an impact in society. Unfortunately, with the COVID, with the pandemic, we did have a strong impact in society. We are all over the news, in the telediarios, in the papers, everywhere. Unfortunately, we only in the news when there is a disaster. Now with the Valencia Dana, we are in the news as well, but because we have a good emergency committee. But well, we want to consolidate that image of the CSIC in society and increasing our international visibility, that's why I'm here today, and gain the social trust. I love this graph. This graph says, I don't know if I have a pointer here or I'll come here. This graph says, no, I don't have a microphone. This graph says here, the blue is the SIC and the rest are CNRS, our sister institutions in France and Italy, and 3 German, yeah? So the bars indicates the number of collaborative projects in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, okay? So what we have plotted here is the number of Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020 projects with a partner from the Global South, from Latin America, Caribbean, or Africa. So we went to our databases and we collect those projects, and we are #1 institution in Europe working with partners in Africa or Latin America, Caribbean. What does it mean? I mean, I brag a lot about this when I go to Europe. What does it mean? That we do like to cooperate. And we do it good because we are successful in Europe, which is not easy at all, right? So we're working on this research line. I mean, it is a research because we do research in the data, and we say in our vice presidency, what can we do to improve it? Or what can we do to sustain it in time? So we're working on accompanying our researchers, and also creating additional tools so we can enhance these international collaborations with Latin America and Africa. Which are these tools? Like my colleague Lucia has said, we're not a funding agency. We have a funding agency here, even though we have the council word in the title. The funding agency is la agencia estatal. We can't fund science. What we can fund is mobility, small projects, or cooperation funds, right? So we have these tools. ICOP, this is the SIC for development. We team up with a country that receives cooperation funds, and we launch either a PhD student together or a mobility project together for 2 years. It's super fruitful. In my case, in the case of Ethiopia, I have co-supervised 12 PhD students under this particular project. Link Global, Sustainable Challenge in Latin America, Caribbean, I mean, climate change with Latin America, Caribbean only. And then in yellow, and this is very interesting because this is also our latest edition, we just signed a bilateral project where two institutions, we get together, we pitch in money, and we exchange researchers, PhD students, well, postdocs mainly, good. We exchange students, and it doesn't matter the area, the topic. We have to do it in every area. Well, we have some creativity here. Our director of mathematics, they want to launch an alliance only on mathematics, because we have a very active mathematical institute. So we're working on launching these bilateral agreements where we provide funds to move our scientists, and whoever, FAPESP or CNPq, in this case, provides money to bring Brazilians to come to the SIC. And with CNPq, we are signing today or tomorrow. In fact, this agreement came from a gathering like this, where after coffee, we discussed with the CNPq, and then we agreed we want to do it, because it's just peanuts for a funding agency in Brazil. So I hope with the FAPESP, we can do the same later in coffee, and we discuss about strengthening our relations. This is the map of the impact of this particular tool. It's a very simple tool, and it gives very good numbers in research collaboration. We also use research infrastructures as a science diplomacy tool. For instance, I always talk about the CERN, the accelerator in Geneva. It's the first European project that is lasting and surviving to wars, pandemics, whatever, and it's a very beautiful example of how science can gather together to produce the advance of knowledge. Space stations are also interesting infrastructures to discuss about that. Well, we do that, but we do that with environment, with collections of museums, observation of tsunamis, earthquakes, things like that. Synthetic biotechnology, experimental climate change platforms. Anyway, I can go here for the 29. There's 29. CSIC is participating in 29 research infrastructures at the international level. This is a matter of providing services to the international community. In this in particular, ERIS, I like it very much, is the study of heritage. And we gather physicists, fine arts people, restauradores, no me sale en inglés. So they gather together to push knowledge. Just a summary, we have today, this is the picture of today, 384 agreements, international agreements active, and we do it all over the world. It could be difficult, it could be lengthy to sign an agreement, whatever, we don't care. It takes time, we do it, and we know it's useful. Just numbers, but I don't want to just leave with this. I simply leave you with hope, saying that there is room for improvement. We are a solid partner, and we do collaborate with Brazil. And the final slide, this is the final slide, I believe. We have opened our Welcome International Talent. Is a unit devoted to help foreigners or Spaniards that have been living abroad for too long and they don't know how to embrace the Spanish system. We help them in landing at CSIC. We just launched yesterday the landing at CSIC package in our website, how to open a bank account, how to get the certificado digital, how to find ¿cómo se dice? Housing, school for the kids, equivalencia de los títulos to validate the degrees. Alberto is working all that. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to take questions.
Isabel, really interesting. I completely agree about the alliance. In the university, we do the same, and we have also an alliance that is called Una Europa in order to do all the objectives that you just mentioned. And I will also point out about when you were saying that it's not only research, that we also provide service. And I think that's really important because we focus in research, but thanks of our research, we can provide services and this transfer that we were saying to society. So really interesting. We will discuss about that later on. Now I'll give the floor to Marcio Di Castro, that is the scientific director on São Paulo Research Foundation. He has a degree in agriculture engineering, and he's a full professor in the Department of Genetics at the Luis de Queiroz College of Agriculture of the University of São Paulo. He has been pro-rector of graduate studies in the same university, and he's a member of the Brazilian Academy of Science and the São Paulo State Academy of Science. And also he has also held various positions at the Brazilian Federal Agency for Support and Evaluation of Graduate Education. Thank you very much, Marcio.
Buenos dias, bom dia, good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here, and I would like to greet first Lucia Ferrer and also Isabel Diaz for sharing the session with me, and also all the authorities, my colleagues from FAPESP and from Spain. Well, I will provide you with a brief background about FAPESP and also the opportunities that we have at the moment, and I'm really looking forward to discuss with CSIC and Complutense de Madrid all the possibilities to join to perform research between our agencies. Well, just to give you a brief background about FAPESP, so to give you an idea, but São Paulo is placed here in Brazil in the southeast region, has the population of Spain, and also the area of the UK and the GDP of Sweden. Well, so it's sort of a country in South America. In terms of scientific production, São Paulo is responsible for 42% of the Brazilian science. And also, as I said, so 42 million people. Also, one state represents 1/3 of the Brazilian GDP, and we release almost 8,000 PhD degrees every year. So in Sao Paulo, we have a very strong higher education and research environment ecosystem. So because of have a strong diversity of institutions, we have 67 institutions of higher education, 32 government research institutes, and also it's quite impressive, more than 10,000 innovative companies. So these companies develop research, and 4 of them will highlight their importance later on this event. So when we look at the university rankings, so in Sao Paulo we have the best universities in Brazil, the best ranked. So the University of Sao Paulo, Campinas, State University of Sao Paulo, Federal University of Sao Paulo, Federal University of São Carlos, and also the Federal University of ABC, which means that we have a very strong higher education environment, and also represents more than almost 40% of the PhDs delivered in the country. Sao Paulo and FAPESP are really responsible for this strong outcome and the importance of the research in the country. And São Paulo, which was founded in 1962, has a budget which represents 1% of the state revenues. So no matter what the situation is, 1% of all tax revenues go to FAPESP, which allow us, I will show in a minute, so to support long research for almost 10 or 11 years because of this stability. And also, to give you an idea about FAPESP evaluation process, the success rate is roughly a third, and we are now supporting more than 20,000 projects, and we have a budget for the next year, roughly 500 million euros. And so for every year we have this budget to investment. And FAPESP supports research in all areas of knowledge, all of them, bottom up, and I will show in a minute also about some top-down strategies that we have. So with this bottom-up supporting programs, 47% are related to life sciences, in particular in health, but also in agriculture and biological science, biomedicine. But also we have a very strong investment in exact sciences, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and engineering, social and the humanities, and also robust investment in innovation, which involves all these areas. So we have, because of this long-term investment that we have what we call our centers of excellence. And we have now 25 centers of excellence. They are indicated in the areas from cell therapy, inflammatory diseases, and also glass, carbon research in tropical agriculture. And this year we approved 3 new ones in social science and humanities. And since, for instance, the studies of the metropolises, the cities, ecosystems management, and the studies of favelas. So this kind of excellence research centers are the top in terms of excellence in São Paulo and funded by FAPESP. And as I pointed out before, so we have these strategic programs which are top-down programs, and we will see tomorrow one of those. So this Amazonia Plus 10 initiative, but also we have in public policies, climate change, renewable energy, biodiversity, and so on. And we launched two new programs this year on quantum technologies and also research in South Atlantic and Antarctica. And all of them involves international collaboration. So this is quite interesting to explore. And as I said, we have these centers of excellence, but also we support these centers of applied research, and I will highlight some of the examples we have, and also startups. And during this event, we will see 4 outstanding startups that have been supported by FAPESP. So with these partnerships, so FAPESP shares the funding with private companies. So listed here, we have several ones here, Shell, GSK, Citroën, IBM, and etc. And we start with one by one matching funds. So, but this, in the end, we see that the private sector, the proportion rises, and we may have, for instance, with Shell, 90% now Shell and 10% from FAPESP, and they started 50-50. So, and one of these examples, just to give you a hint on this support and this partnership with these companies, with the Embraer, which is our private airplane company, and we support a project on the future of aerial mobility, which involves low-carbon airplanes, new materials, autonomous flying systems, and advanced manufacture. So in this case, FAPESP and Embraer provide the same amount of money, and then they had an open call, and the Institute of Aeronautic Technology was the one selected, which organized and developed the research, which also involves other universities in São Paulo. And another recent one in the life sciences is the work from the Polytechnic, centered at the Polytechnic Institute of the University of São Paulo with Shell, but now joined by Total Energies and other oil companies, is to produce green hydrogen from sugarcane. And you may know that in Brazil, our gas stations, all of them have, you were able to choose between gas or ethanol to run the cars. And then we have one of these companies that developed this sort of reformer, which transform the ethanol into hydrogen at the pump station. So you can fill your car either with hydrogen or ethanol. And we'll give you 2 examples of this small business research, these startups. One of them is this cell therapy, but I think that you will have a flavor of this outstanding startups during this event. I will skip this. And also the possibilities of collaboration we have in terms of what we offer in terms of scientific collaboration, the different modalities of funds, from regular research grants, which is roughly 100,000 euros for 3 years, or thematic programs, which are roughly 1 million euros for 5 years. And also, in terms of innovation, we have new possibilities as well. So in 2023, we had 62 calls with partners, and 28 out of 52 were with foreigner partners. And we have now 158 ongoing partnerships, and this gives you a hint about the possibilities we have in terms of collaboration. And going to the end, just to highlight what happens in terms of joint publications with São Paulo and Spain. You see a steady increase over the years, and so showing that we can explore and we can foster the scientific collaboration, since we have excellent research groups in both sides of the Atlantic, and almost 60% of these joint papers are in natural sciences, followed by medical sciences. And see, Spain and the universities and research institutes in Brazil, this is the number of documents, leading by, of course, the University of São Paulo, which is the biggest, with almost 5,000 papers. But it's important is the quality as well. When we measure, the world average is 1, and you see that this joint collaboration means that we have more visibility and more excellence in terms of this research, joint research between these two units. Well, I stop here, and I'll be glad to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to point out what you mentioned about the centers of excellence. I think in CSIC and the university also we have these institutes that are reference centers, that I think they are bodies that play an important role for research. And also I think it's really important what you mentioned about the startup. We were talking about transfer, that one way of transfer is dissemination or the publication of our research, but also, of course, is the creation of the startups. So now it's time for discussions. I have some questions, but first of all, I would like to know if any of the audience would like to ask any question or make any comments, suggestion, experiences. Anybody? Yes, thank you.
Just to help break the silence. So I see that many ongoing collaborations between Spain and São Paulo. I'm part of an international initiative which is called Planetary Health. It's a national collaboration. I'd like to know from both of you, how could we as an international group suggest that cost-cutting theme for something to be funded or supported by either institutions, which is related to sustainability in a very broad sense? How would be the
Oops. Okay. Well, the first thing that we have to think about is to sign agreements with the agencies. And for instance, with CSIC, we do not have at the moment. And then we plan to start discussion just after the end of this section, because we are quite interested to promote research involving the state of São Paulo and CSIC in a broad scale. And then we define the areas, or we may have calls, open calls, or we can restrict the areas depending on what we agreed on this agreement. So one of the words that FAPESP is known is flexibility and speediness in terms of signing agreements. So just to give you an idea, we visit China in July, early July. By the end of the month, we have already signed an agreement with the National Science Foundation of China. So it meaning that in almost 30 days, we had a call on scene. So fostering research groups on China and São Paulo to submit proposals. So we are very flexible, and we'll be delighted to collaborate with you and the other AEI as well, so the other agencies.
Yeah, sorry, I would like to add before we get another question. You were mentioning cross-cutting topics, you mean? Research topics, yeah? Well, to us it's super difficult Very difficult. I'll give you an example. European projects right now, they cross-cut social science, right? We have several institutes in social science, and we call them one by one. Please join this project with chemists or health, and it is super difficult to to even involve within the same institution two people from two way different areas to work together. How are we going about it? Well, the Alliance of Erasur is one of the ways. We're looking for partners outside CSIC that do so. And there are the institutions that I pointed out, Stockholm Environment Institute, IDOS, the German Institute for Sustainable Development. They have this, how you call it? It's a they are political scientists, but already specialized in environment, energy. So we're looking for partners elsewhere. What can I say? It's not an easy task.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask you, Lucia, Isabel, about some the figures that you show about the Latin America, the map of Latin America and number of projects of cooperation. We saw that Brazil has a few projects, less than Argentina, less than Peru, less than Colombia, less than so. So I suggest you to talk with Marcio about our agreement to improve this kind of figure, to do better work.
Thank you very much. I showed them on purpose. And I think it worked. Because you're right, Colombia and Argentina are number one in our cooperation funds projects, but that's why we signed the bilateral with CNPq, and we're willing to sign with FAPESP. Of course, but one more thing I have to add to that. This is only one particular call. Brazil is, on the other hand, very much embedded in our national calls, the projects from the Agencia Estatal. I mean, I didn't bother to do the mapping because that belongs to the national projects and not in my database, international calls. But Brazil is much more present in our national calls and in the European funds. Yeah. But I take the...
Any other questions? Well, I would like to ask you about the challenges for collaboration of projects. You were mentioning now about looking for partners, but is there any other challenge that you see that is not solved, that in some cases difficults the collaborations? Legal, protection of data, name it, you have it. I know it's not easy to collaborate sometimes. I'm really surprised about your timeline for signing agreements. Yeah. I wish it was the same in the university. I think you share my point of view in this case. But in your case, if you have any, are there any challenges for collaborations that?
Yes, of course. So some of the topics that are in discussions when we sign agreements, one of them is, for instance, data sharing, the openness. And although different countries have rules for allowing this data to be shared, so requiring from our side, so agreements or procedures, legal procedures to open our data. And this is something that in discussion right now. So another issue is EDI, so indigenous, gender issues, and equality, diversity, and inclusion issues are also in discussions when we sign agreements with some particular agencies. In terms of gender supporting, this is not a big issue in São Paulo, actually, because women are more funded in terms of PhD students. FAPESP also provides scholarships for PhDs, masters, and postdocs. And So it's not a big issue in terms of gender. But for instance, minorities are, I guess you have the same discussions with, for instance, we have some issues with black representatives in our calls. So we are working on trying to develop some protocols or some scenarios to tackle these things.
Well, then in that regard, you're more advanced than we are. We don't have minorities measurements yet. I hope it will come. Or I'm not saying I hope. It's reality is going to force us to do so. Well, you have mentioned the most critical points as intellectual property protection, open science, gender, EDI. But I think those issues, because they are so relevant, they are somehow being tackled in our agreements by our legal departments. And I would say that they are not difficulties right now, because, I mean, open science, we all have a mandate on open science. And even if something has some problems in being published and being open right away, we can use embargoes. I mean, we do time frame embargoes, and with that way we can handle it easily. We're not very worried about that. Well, in our case, and of course, like I was sharing with Lucia, our problem with agreements or international collaboration tools is indeed the time and budget, because we depend, we are a public institution, we depend on the national budgets. Now we have political constraints, there is no renovation of the national budget, then that stops or slows down our activities. Maybe not now, but it will do in a couple of years, yeah? So that is above us. Again, there's nothing we can do. The process takes whatever it takes with the state attorney, things like that. Again, that is not a difficulty by itself. It's just okay, it's a lengthy process. The only thing that in our case challenges the negotiations is when an institution wants us to frame a collaboration in one particular topic. Because being a large institution with 124 research institutes, we cannot support one topic area and not the others. So in the case of mathematics, for instance, they do it from their institute of their budget. But we have to support, do open calls. We have to be super flexible. We have to open these agreements and calls to all the areas. I mean, we can say, well, it depends. If they give us money in one particular topic, then we figure out ways. Again, it's not impossible. It's just a difficulty, because we tend to open our agreements and our collaboration to the broad community of physics.
I agree.
So, but that's somebody, I guess if you're negotiating with us, you know who we are, and then you understand that we have to open to but it will not be a problem with FAPESP.
We are quite open. But sometimes we have discussions, for instance, with cyber security. So this is a sensitive topic, and with some agencies, they do not consider supporting joint research with some countries, but we are very flexible, we are broad, we are open, and this flexibility allows us to manage and to adapt to these new scenarios.
Good to know.
Thank you very much. We are out of time. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Marcio, for this discussion. I'm sure we have time in the coffee break to talk further, and I'll see you in half an hour. The coffee break is served just outside. Thank you very much.
welcome back. I'm Paulo Shore. I'm the manager for innovation within the FAPESP, and it's a major honor to be here, to listen from all of you, and to know that we have a very major goal in common. And for this session that is named Financing, Research, Innovation, Industry, University Collaboration, we'll have the pleasure to listen from the national agencies of Spain and from our also agent, from Carlos Américo Pacheco, and starting with Dominic Espriu, right? Yes. That is Professor of Theoretical Physics, Associate Professor, Fulbright Fellow, did his postdoc in the University of Oxford, also a scientific associate in the CERN, and now he is the director of Agencia Estatal de Investigación. Please.
Good morning. Thanks a lot to organizers for giving the opportunity to the State Research Agency of Spain to convey to you some of our instruments that are connected to innovation and knowledge transfer from the public or between the public and private sectors. So my presentation is organized. There is a couple of slides to introduce to those of you that are not so familiar with our agency and our activities, which is just a couple of slides. Then I will describe the instruments that we have in the agency that are actually instruments that have been working for some time in the area of innovation and knowledge transfer. And then I will do a little bit on international instruments and our international activities, because I think this is very appropriate for this audience and the fact that this is an event within this FAPESP Week. So we had some problem with the presentation. There was a nice photo here of our premises, but it got corrupted somehow. So what is the State Research Agency? Is an autonomous agency, is attached to the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities. By far is the largest science funding organization in Spain. About 30% of all the money that is invested in science by the central government goes through our agency. And we work, we are basically a bottom-up agency working in all domains of science and technology, excluding clinical research. We are governed by a governing board, which is composed of representatives from various ministries. There are some distinguished scientists. There are other funding agencies like CDTI is also in our governing board. And is a governing board that meets quite frequently. We have a non-executive presidency by the Secretary of State of our ministry. The position of director is a temporary position. It's 3 years. Eventually, it can be renewed. And in many matters, we seek the advice of a scientific and technical committee, which is composed of 12 people with well-recognized expertise in all domains of science and technology, and they advise us in whatever matters the director or the president bring to their attention. Technical independence is the rule. We have objective ways of evaluating with predetermined criteria. So this is the basic activity that we are in charge of doing, to administer with efficiency the resources that the government gives in our hands to support science and technology. This year, the agency is committing almost 1.4, slightly over 1.4 million euros, sorry, 1,419 million euros, 1.4 billion euros, and that includes both, mostly, actually, state budget, and also there is still some next generation funds. Our staff consists of about 300 people, so civil servants and other type of contracts we have. around the same number of part-time scientists, which is really the backbone of our activity. It relies on these almost 300 scientists that work as part-time there. And we have a database, a very impressive database of over 35,000 evaluators, including, of course, many Brazilian or many people doing research in Brazil. This slide will give you a picture of an impression of how our budget is distributed. So we have this 38.5%, which are projects. We have this, and this is important in this context, almost 20% goes to public-private partnerships. Human resources is also a big chunk. Infrastructures, institutional strengthening, the Severo Ochoa, Maria Nemesto programs, and so on and so forth, and smaller programs. And as you see, the international part is barely at 3% at the present, at least it was last year 3%, and we have decided actually for a long time to increase this fraction of our budget that is devoted to international actions. So which are the main actions that have been going on in the agency to support innovation? So basically we have a horizontal line which is very much devoted to human resources to increase the human resource capability of our R&D system in the specific areas of innovation and science and technology transfer, knowledge transfer. Of course, we have many other programs that eventually may revert also in innovation, but we have two specific instruments, the industrial doctorates and the Torres Quevedo program, which is a program to facilitate that enterprises, that firms hire PhDs, okay? So this is an horizontal line, and then we have a line which is more oriented towards market. We arrive up to TRL 4, 5, and then we pass this on to CDTI, which is really the agency in charge of industrial research and industrial innovation. We have, of course, projects which are non-oriented, so curiosity-driven programs. In the same call, we can have projects that are a more oriented purpose. After that program after that project is finished, we have a specific call, which is, in a way, is a copy of the famous proof of concept that has been introduced by the European framework programs, in order to bring some of those results to a step which is closer to industrial use or social use. We have also some program, and this is actually in close collaboration with CDTI. They fund enterprises, they fund the firms. We fund the the public sector, the non-profit sector, and that has been already going on for a couple of years. And in addition, we have two instruments where firms also take a very important role, the so-called public-private collaboration projects and the technology platforms. So let's see a little bit what is all of this, everything that is in red in the transparency. I will spend little time. I will spend a little time explaining. So, as far as project funding proper is concerned, we have this biennial call of proof of concept. The last call that was approved consisted in 30 million euros. And the idea here is to add value to the knowledge and bring the results of research project closer to society and closer to the productive environment. Projects that have already been funded at a more theoretical and a more curiosity-driven level in previous years. So this is to add value to the results of those projects. And then, as I said, in cooperation with CDTI, we have aligned in projects in some specific strategic lines. This is not really bottom-up, it's top-down. And those are industrial research projects, experimental developments, a combination of both, etc., etc. And in the last call, we devoted 40 million euros to that purpose. And as I said, is in close collaboration, and I think very fruitful collaboration with CDTI. Public-private partnerships is an instrument that, under different names, has been going on for many years. It's a well-established call. It is funded in part by regional development funds, by the European Union. And in 2023, we were able to fund 642 projects. So this is one of the big calls in the research agency, with 205 million euros, more than over 200 million euros. Most of this, almost 80%, goes to companies, and about 20% for R&D centers and universities. So these are projects that are performed jointly by companies and research organizations. So you have this mixture of profit and non-profit entities there in order to promote the development of new technologies, the application of new ideas and techniques, and so on and so forth, with the aim of facilitating the transfer of knowledge from academia to the market. An instrument that is also very dear to us are the technological platforms, and they are associations that may be formal or informal of R&D centers and firms and enterprises. And those associations are co-funded by the State Research Agency, and this, as I said, is a very useful instrument for them, but also for us, because we get feeling from many different sectors in society of what is going on and what are the priorities there. Let me move now to this horizontal line, human resources for innovation. There are two instruments here, as I mentioned, the industrial doctorates. In the last call, we invested 8 million years for that purpose. So the idea is a PhD, some student does his or her PhD in an industrial context, in an enterprise, in a firm, very open, the type of projects, and of course, many of these people remain afterwards in the firm, so that is added value to this more, let's say, high-level research being introduced in various fields of in various areas of the private sector. Torres Quevedo program is a program that has been also going on. It's another well-established program, over 20 million in the last call. And this is an action to facilitate that firms hire somebody that already has a PhD, okay? As I said, is a well-established, has been going on for many years, and we're quite happy and quite satisfied with how is it going on. And let me devote the last few minutes to give a very brief description of the participation of the agency in international initiative. We are actually one of the main beneficiaries of the European program, both Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, basically to the partnerships, which is the instrument that we use in the agency to fund these international actions. We actually have collaborations via these partnerships basically everywhere. And in addition, from the collaborations in this framework, we have agreements with the National Science Foundation. We participate in the European Interest Group with the Latin America and Caribbean areas, CITED, with Japan, and we are launching a collaboration with Latin America countries under the name of Entrelazar, which is, let's say, a transposition of the WIFEF scheme in Europe to our collaboration, to facilitate collaboration between research groups in Spain and Latin American and Caribbean countries. And this year we will see the first such initiative coming to reality with Brazil, actually. And the number of partnerships of projects with Brazil within this Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe is large. In fact, Spain is the country that has participated in most Horizon 2020 initiative, and in Horizon Europe is going very well as well. And Brazil, of course, is one of, it has already been mentioned here, is one of the main targets of our interest. CITED is a program where Spain and Brazil are both represented. Brazil has been in CITED for a long time. And I think that something that I want to mention is that given the importance, the size, and the role of Brazil as a local power in Latin America, we would like to see a stronger involvement from Brazil in this program, because we think it's very important. So this is a message that I want to leave with you. The interest group, I will skip this one. They tell me that time is over, and this is my last slide then. Just a couple of more words about this Entrelazar scheme. Is an agreement to fund cross-border research. We signed some time ago an agreement with CNPq, and we are looking forward to discussing and coming to also to a formal agreement with FAPESP with the same idea. The idea is collaborative projects in a way that the bureaucracy, that the administrative charge is very light. It doesn't mean that the projects are not important. On the contrary, we want to fund very important projects, very relevant projects, but with a minimum of bureaucracy and administrative complication. This is already going on with the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, is already going on with CNPq, and we hope that soon we can have something similar with São Paulo, okay? As you see here, the political atmosphere between Brazil and Spain is good, and I think we should profit from that to give impulse to this initiative. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Domenech. I'm sure we'll be more than happy to collaborate with you, especially in terms of innovation. And I guess we have several questions. I myself have some that we'll leave to the end of the presentation. Next presenter will be Carlos Américo Pacheco, that you already know. He is our executive director, hold his electronic engineering degree from ITA, also economics PhD and postdoc from Columbia, and now he's a professor of economics at the Unicamp.
Okay. Well, thank you, Paulo. I will show some, with some details, the actions that FAPESP has for innovation. Marcio shows a lot of things about what FAPESP do to finance research and also for collaborative projects. And I will try to show the detail of this kind. But let me start with this São Paulo to highlight something that Marcio just showed in the previous presentation. São Paulo is about 40% of the science produced in Brazil, as we show, and about 1/3 of the GDP of Brazil. FAPESP is the research foundation of the state of São Paulo. We are founded 62 years ago, and we are very stable in terms of financing. We have 1% of the tax revenue of the state of São Paulo. This is unique for Brazil because I think you know a little bit about Brazil. The stability of the budget of the federal agencies is very common. I have worked as Deputy Minister of Science and Technology during 4 years. the main issue for us is budget. And sometimes FAPESP has this strong stability. It's very important because we have also an endowment fund. So if you don't apply the research during 1 year, we could increase our research fund and use this in the other years. So this is very important for us to finance long-term projects, 10 years, 11 years, as Marcio showed before. So it's very important for FAPESP. For small business, what we do? We have, in innovation, we have two main approaches. One for small business innovative research, and another for collaborative research with big companies or medium companies in Brazil, in the state of São Paulo. For small business, we have this innovative research in small business. We name it this in Brazilian PIP, this Programa de Inovação em Pequenas Empresas. It's very similar if you know the SBIR program for the U.S. that they run in many agencies in the U.S. It's very similar for this SBIR. What we finance, this is the only finance that we apply directly in the company, a private company. We have this. This program was created in 1997 to fund research in a small company. What is named small companies is a company with less than 250 employees. We have two phases. Phase one is to improve the quality of the project, mainly the business plan of the project. Most of the people that apply for this kind of funding comes from universities, so they have a good idea, but they don't have, sometimes they don't have a good business plan. So they have this time to improve their business plan. The phase two is to do research. It's about 6,600 US PPP when we translate for US PPP exchange rate. For 2 years, it's a research project. During the last years, we improved this program to create some kinds of additionalities, some other kinds of mobility of this research program. So now we have this PP Invest. This is something that when we have a third party interested in to finance a project, angel capital, a fund, something that we do this, the funding company, we finance the same amount of the company rise for the private sector. We also have a phase 3. This is the scale up for the technology. And we also create a knowledge transfer program. This is for universities that have a project to launch in the market. This is our program, PIP. We financed until since 1998, 2,000 companies, small companies in the state of São Paulo. This is the number of companies around the state of São Paulo. So this program is the program that is more in many cities in the high hinterland of the state of São Paulo. We have companies financed by FAPESP. This PP is very similar to the SBIR program for US, for National Science Foundation or other agencies in the US. We do evaluation about the SBIR. The results is very similar to what we have achieved in the US here. In the last few years, we have a lot of improvement of artificial intelligence projects in the SBIR program. This is a strong growth of companies using artificial intelligence technologies to do innovation in this small business company. So, the other approach that we have is a collaborative research with companies. We named this PT. This is a program with collaborative research with big companies. One kind of this collaborative research is what we name Engineering Research Center or Applied Research Center. In the past, we named this Engineering Research Center. Now we improved to Applied Research Center. This is a collaborative research. We finance $1 from the company, $1 for FAPESP to do research with company. As Marcio showed one slide about the center with Embraer and ITA, the ITA, Institute of Technological Aeronautics in São José dos Campos. So we have a lot of programs with big companies now. It's some example of this applied research center in Brazil. So we have two big approaches for innovation. One with small business company enterprises. Most of them, 1/3 of this kind of enterprise don't exist before they applied to FAPESP. Most of this company was created after they applied for some kind of project. To sign the agreement with FAPESP, they need to create the company. 1/3 of them don't exist before the call. They apply to FAPESP, they get the grants, and they need to create a company to sign an agreement with FAPESP. Most of them, almost half of them, have less than 3 years of age. They are very new companies created in the last 3 years. So it's a very important program for startups in Brazil. We finance, I show for you, 2,000 companies in almost 23, 4 years. This is the most important program for startups in the country, in Brazil. Long-term project. We are now financing around 200 to 300 companies per year. It depends of the year. So we are very open to use this program for international cooperation. We just discussed with SEDET the possibility to have joint calls and we will launch in few days some idea to finance small companies from Brazil and small companies for Spain to do joint research for any kind of challenges that they have about innovation. So this is a good opportunity. But we also have this opportunity to do collaborative research with big companies. We have with many companies in Brazil. We are very open to do the same with Spain companies that work in Brazil. Telefónica, Repsol, and many other companies. So if you have interest to discuss about this, we are very open to do this kind of applied research center with a Spanish company in Brazil. It could be very nice, not only for the Brazilian side, but the agencies from Spain, because this company could work as a branch of the Spain in Brazil. So thank you. We are very open to discuss this possibility of cooperation.
Thank you very much. Only pointed out that we have plenty of human resources that withdraw from PhD, and there's a very strong research environment in Brazil. We invested from decades on PhDs, and now there are not enough positions for young people inside the university, and they don't want to stay within the university, but they want to stay keeping research. So they are very pleased to know that we are investing and that there are positions within companies, either their own companies or big companies, that where they can keep doing research. So next speaker will be José Moisés Martín, who holds a degree in economy from the University Autónoma of Madrid, also certificates from INSEAD, Harvard Kennedy School, and London School of Economics. He is now the Director General of CDTI.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. I will try to explain in a very brief time what is the CDTI, what kind of work do we do, and what is our scope for international cooperation. First of all, I would like to say that the Spanish CDTI is as the Spanish Agency for Research. We are part of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities here in the government of Spain. And we are not an agency, we are a public entity, but the official name is not an agency, but we are like the Spanish Agency for Innovation. We were created in 1977. This is quite interesting for us because this was one of the last intervention of the World Bank in Spain. So one of the last things that the World Bank made in Spain was creating the CDTI. So we are working since then, working with the Spanish firms as a public entity, and we are at the general government level the focal point for the promotion of technological innovation. We have three kind of activities. The first one, and we are well known for that, is the financial support for the Spanish firms to do innovation projects. We have another part which is also quite important, which is the international side. We are the focal point in Spain for most, not the whole, but most of the Horizon Europe program. And we have also a very specific layer of expertise and advisory services to our firms and the Spanish companies. Going to our business financing programs, we have different business financing programs. I will focus in those programs that are more related with the transfer of technology and transfer of knowledge from the university to the industry. But we have different approaches according to the time to market. The first one is the general open call, which is the soft loans. We have around a soft loan open call for all the firms that wants to present a project. It's a very specific loan with a non-reimbursable part with a low interest rate. So all the firms, all the companies can apply for that, and we used to invest in around 1,000 companies every year, more or less, with an average budget of €500 million every year in this section. These are I am not going to stop here. It's just the minimal characteristics and for these lines. But I would like to go directly to the grants. We have the loans, but we have also the grants. The grants are more related with the transfer of technology and the transfer of knowledge. The first line I would like to remark is the Neotech program. It's a program which is aimed to the startups in Spain. Most of these startups are coming from universities and research centers. We are not funding any kind of a startup. We are trying to fund only very high-tech startups. These companies are very small companies with less than 3 years old. We are providing with around 250,000 euros. But if there is a doctor in the team, the amount will be increased. So it's quite complementary with the initiative for the Spanish Agency for Research. The second program I would like to stress is the Cervera program. This Cervera is our network of technological centers. So we are supporting these centers through and the transfers of technology through these R&D Cervera transfer projects. We have a call for that, and we also have specific funding for the centers. In Spain, I think this is the same, maybe in Brazil, I don't know. But in Spain, the role of the technological centers are really relevant in order to guarantee the transfer for the university to the industry. So we want to support them in these both lines of funding. And we have also, as Domenic told before, we have a very specific issue, which is the Mission Science and Innovation, which is the transmissions, which is a program in which the Spanish Agency for Innovation and the CDTA, for research, and the CDTA are working together in order to generate this kind of mixed projects between a research center and a firm or a company. So these programs are evaluated in a parallel way, but we manage the program in a sharing way, trying to make in common. And this is, I think, this is the third year of this 2044 is the 24 is the third year of this call for proposals. This is grant proposals. So we have the loans, we have the different grants aimed to technology transfer, but we also have other lines. One of these is the public procurement of innovation. This is a quite interesting approach. We are supporting the capabilities of the research centers through the acquisition of technology from the industry. It's transferred on the other direction, the other way. That means, for example, at this moment we are working with IFMIFDONES, which is a specific international research center which is in Granada. We are working with them in order to provide with different technologies that will be useful for them in the future. So we have this public procurement for innovation as well, open to our research installations and institutions. And finally, we have the venture capital program. This venture capital, just to tell you that this year, this venture capital program, which is called Invierte, is going to provide with more than 1 billion euros for startups in Spain. We are working in different stages, from the seed stage to the growth and scale-up stage, with different approaches. We have three specific funds funds for tech transfer in life science, in health, and in digital technologies. And we have also, at this moment, we are working in a new program for tech transfer for the university, based in the support, creating or providing support to the spin-offs coming for the research center and the universities. This program will be available next year as a new program, and we are at this moment finishing ending the design of this program. So we have different lines to promote this cooperation between the universities, the research centers, and the industry. Last but not least, at national level, we have the mandate to develop new strategies concerning the ecosystems of technology transfer. We are working with the ministry in order to develop new initiatives at territorial level with different actors. These are not based. These initiatives are not project-based. Are not going to fund the projects, but are going to fund the ecosystem, the capabilities of communication, of finding new ways to work together, and so on. This program will be also available next year. We are working with the ministry in order to develop these technology transfer ecosystems in Spain. I would like to finish with brief introduction to our international cooperation programs. The CDTA has a very long experience and a long tradition concerning international cooperation. We are the representatives in different committees in the Horizon Europe program. We have bilateral and multilateral cooperation programs all around the world, I will say later. We are working with the Spanish Agency for Spanish Space Agency, working with them, trying to develop also the international cooperation at that level. And we have a very specific work in the field of multilateral big science programs like ITER, CERN, and others. So we have a very strong international focus. Just to remind you that at multilateral level we are taking part in Eureka program, Iberoeca, Prima, GFCC, Aeronets. We have bilateral programs with Algeria, Jordan, Morocco, Brazil, Korea, Japan, and we have also specific unilateral programs with international dimension with a lot of countries. I will not tell all of them. The main objective is to achieve this technological cooperation. It's a market focus, it's bottom up, so we are not deciding what are the priorities at the very beginning. There is a bottom up initiatives. These initiatives are working in that way, so one Spanish entity and one international partner can work together in a consortium. We work with our partner, which is an innovation agency like the FAPESP and others, and we decide to open the call for tenders, or the call for proposals. We evaluate, each side is evaluating their own company, and if the evaluation is good enough, we provide funding for the development of the project. Concerning Brazil, we have different programs. With FINEP, we are taking part in the Eureka program, as Brazil is an associated partner of Eureka. We are working with FINEP, with FAPESP for sure, with CONFAP, with different memorandum of understanding and letter of intent that we have signed the operational program. So at bilateral level, FINEP, CONFAP, and FAPESP. Unilateral, we have an annual call with two deadlines for Brazil, and we have this multilateral agreement within the Eureka program, as FINEP is taking part on that. Main areas for international cooperation in Brazil: technology, information technology and communications, production technologies, health, and energy and environment. These are the contacts of our people there, so I will be happy to answer any question you can have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I want to thank in public to Carlos Quintana, that was very kind to open a lot of doors here, and we went yesterday to the Madrid Plus D, that was very kind chat with them. And I open the floor for questions, if anyone have the first one, otherwise I have some. Hello. To point a little bit more about your Torres Quevedo initiative to offer the power of PhDs to the enterprises. How are you doing that? We need that in Brazil. Also, we have also that doctorship within the industry. But after that, how do you manage to attract them and to have them within the industry?
Well, this is precisely one way. I think it has been felt in Spain, maybe in other countries too, that doing a PhD, apart from its intrinsic value in advancing science, curiosity-driven research, whatever, it provides a fantastic training for somebody to be able to carry out a project with some purpose, with some clear ideas, with some added value, and so on and so forth. So companies should profit from that. And this program, that as I said, is quite tall. I think it has over 20 years of tradition. Basically, we offer partial funding. It's not 100%. It's not 100%. You know that there in Europe we have some strong limitations to what is called state aids. So one has to be careful with those limitations. But we provide basically what we provide is the salary for a number of years of PhD, if this PhD is hired by some company. So the situation can be very, very different. Okay, so we had interest even from big firms like Airbus. Okay, but also from very small firms that think that they may be at time zero they don't have a proper R&D department, or they want to start a particular line of development or whatever, and hiring somebody with some expertise on that field is very profitable for them. So this has been quite a successful program, as I said. Has been going on already for many years, and we certainly have a lot of statistics on different areas, what happens with these people afterwards, etc., and we would be happy to share this information with you if you think that this is of any value.
Thank you very much. I'll keep asking questions. Yeah, good.
So thank you very much for all the information you provide us. My name is Marcos. I'm from one of the companies supported by FAPESP in São Paulo State. And my question is if there is any type of support from the Spanish agencies to bring technologies to Spain, so the technologies that we have in our country, if we want to bring them to be used or commercialized here. Is there any type of support, not being a Spanish company, or do we need to have some established here as a Spanish company to have any support? Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Our main action, our main target are the Spanish companies, but we are providing support for those companies who wants to create an installation here in Spain. Just imagine that your company is trying to create some kind of R&D center here in Madrid or in Andalusia and so on. We can support that with the specific funding. This is the first question. The second question is that we have a specific program for Spanish firms who wants to increase their technological capabilities. And this technology, we are not asking for a rule of origin of these capabilities. So imagine that a Spanish company wants to build something with your technology. We can support them to buy your technology. And finally, and this is not for us, but the Spanish government has specific programs to co-invest in Spain from abroad. This is the Cofides companies is working in that way. And last but not least, we are really open to invest in those companies, investing as venture capital investor. Invest in those companies, even if they are not Spanish, but they want to open here in Spain a specific center. So we have different ways to provide different solutions for those companies who wants to establish technology here in Spain. What we are not going to do is to finance the import of technology. But this is clear, so we are trying to export our technology. But at the end of the day, if your firm wants to establish in Madrid or in Spain, we can provide with some support for you. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes, sure.
let me complement what I said about FAPESP. I forgot to say that we also have some actions in venture funds. So 15 years ago, we applied jointly for one specific fund 50 years ago. Last year, we joined to new 2 funds with the Brazilian Development Bank. And this year we did a call for 2 private funds, and we also do a call for 2 angel initiatives and 2 crowdfunding initiatives. So FAPESP now is applying for a new kind of support for a small business company that is using venture funds, angel capital, and crowdfunding actions to promote this. This is new, and of course, this kind of funds couldn't apply for any company, Brazilian or Spanish company. They are looking for opportunities to finance this project. The companies that we are looking for is the company that we finance with PIP, our SBIR program, to try to promote for them an opportunity to scale up their technology. So we have these funds for this kind of and at least that let me show that we do, we finance all areas of knowledge. And I don't like the idea to analyze this being applied technology and basic research. I prefer to use the idea that we will have a curiosity-driven research and use-inspired research, because most of the research that we do are applied. We have a lot of programs for use-inspired technology, most of them with the state of São Paulo. The secretaries have some challenges for the state of São Paulo. We do calls for some use-inspired projects, so we have a lot of this kind of initiative also in FAPESP.
Okay, you have some? No. You have one.
Okay, so thank you very much for all of you to be here today. So I'm a professor here in the Complutense University, and I want to thank the CDTI and the agency for the current strategies they use to fund our research. So I'm a user of CDTI, both in the part of in my previous position in a company and now as a professor. But I think that there is some pending strategies for the industrial research in Spain to explore. I don't know if you are thinking about these kind of solutions, but one of these type of strategies are like accelerators. I don't know if you know this type of systems. Accelerators are kind of platforms who connect startups with big companies. They are kind of really the way to improve innovation in places like California, for example. That is the system I know. And I think that I'm not sure if maybe Brazil could be like a really nice partner, a unique partner to explore this side of strategy that are underexplored in our country, because some of the previous speakers say that we have like huge companies like Repsol, Airbus, Airbus is a Spanish company, but Repsol, etc., that have like really established research and commercial activity in both countries. And as you know, these big companies are like co-funding these platforms, these accelerators, because they assume the premise that when these huge companies have a problem, it is highly probable that there is a startup worldwide that have already developed the solution. It's okay, I mean, it's nice that the CDTI fund for small or medium companies to run their own research, to find their own solutions for their own problem, but maybe they are just developing like local solutions when there are already global solutions provided by startups in maybe another country. So I don't know if maybe Brazil could be like a really nice partner to launch this new strategy, I don't know, to find the big companies that could be interested in having like early access to startups in Brazil or in Spain? I don't know. It's just a suggestion to discuss. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think this is. Do you hear me? Yeah. I think this is a very good question. At this moment, we are thinking with these big companies like Repsol and others. We are thinking how to improve the level of transfer from the startup world to the big company world. Mm-hmm. So this kind of open innovation initiatives. The problem at this moment for us as a general interest institution is that the diversity of strategies coming from the big companies is so huge, and it's very difficult for us to find the best way to work with all of them, because we don't have capabilities to work in one by one, so we need to create some kind of instrument for all of them, and the strategy are very different. For instance, there are companies that are investing in startups just to take a look. There are companies who are telling us that they are doing open innovation programs, but at the end of the day, they are just acquiring technology for them. It's a different approach. There are companies that are purchasing the technology without investing in the company. So there are different approaches. So in next year, 2025, in the framework of our new strategy, we want to create a specific working group with these big companies just to establish what is the best way to accelerate this transfer. So the possibility of creating a new platform is on the table. The possibility of creating some kind of financial instruments to reduce the technological risk of buying a technology from a startup is also on the table. So there are different options. But we want to work with them in order to guarantee that our solution will be fit, not of all of them, but of most of them. So we are in this process, and I think this is a very good point, because most of these companies, and I agree with you, most of these companies are not looking for solution only in Spain. Mm-hmm. Most of these companies are looking for solution all around the world. For sure in Brazil as well. So we have there an opportunity to enhance our cooperation with the Brazilian institution. So point taken, thank you very much for your proposal.
Okay, I would like to add a couple of items more to this debate, which I think is very interesting. Some of this is already taking place. For instance, in the context of the mobile world capital, this acceleration is already taking place in that particular area of the telecoms and the IT applications. Some of the science parks, which was an initiative starting more than 20 years ago that had many complications, and I think it has a happy end at the finally. Some of these science parks are very much specialized in this bringing together, and some of them have actually managed to raise large quantities of funding, rounds of funding for small firms that finally either are purchased by a big company or integrated or somehow like that. And I think it's very much related also to the initiative that you mentioned last, but not least, of creating environments and niches of opportunity. And it is in the context of those where this bringing together large and small and startups probably is going to be more fruitful.
It's a very nice question, because for big companies in Brazil, this way for improve the technology could be very easy to do by startups, not by himself. This is segregate the risks and apply for a specific solution. We have this kind of, we don't have actions by FAPESP directly with corporate venture funds, private sector. But we have a growing number of enterprises that we finance in the past that are sold by corporate ventures. So big companies in Brazil are looking for our small business company, and sometimes they buy some of these companies to have this strategy of technology. So this could be very interesting. Enterprise that we support by FAPESP, financed by FAPESP, are going to be part of this business asset. And what's very curious is some of these big companies don't change the small business company because they prefer they stay a small business. They are more creative than if they are integrated in the big company. So, but this is a very important question. It's a good opportunity for both, including for the Spanish company that operate in Brazil.
Yeah, just to finish that, I guess Pacheco also mentioned that applied research centers, where you have the research, the R&D from the big companies done outside the big company itself. Otherwise, they won't be able to do anything. So they are taking advantage on the real estate from the university, of public real estate, and then having the research and development there. And to be linked to big companies is probably the major miracle of the things to go to the public itself. It's very hard for the startups just themselves to do the thing and to innovate and to have people use that. And I already suggested to Patricia that we may do the next FAPESP Week innovation within one of the big companies. I think that would be very interesting for us to be right there, showing that we need them to participate in this environment. So with that, I close this session, and we will ask Niels to start the new one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Você substituir a versão da minha apresentação.
A sua apresentação é hoje?
É amanhã.
Amanhã a gente conversa. Tá bom?
create for this one. I can use the laser point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can all, can I ask you just to put everybody, Virginia Meletti, can you please sit down and then we can start again. Our team is working hard here. So thanks very much for all of you to be here. It's a pleasure for us from FAPESP and from the state of São Paulo to be in the Complutense University. It's my first time here in Spanish, in the Complutense. It's the fourth in Spain. I cannot speak Portuñol. I had trouble to translate yesterday for my boss when he was doing shopping, so I prefer to do something in English. So it's a pleasure to host this session on biotechnology. I'm here with Professor Maria Gomez. She's a full professor in the Department of Genetics, Physiology, and Microbiology. We do we co-host this session, so she will introduce herself and the colleagues from Spain, and I will do the introduction from Brazil. And we hope that we can discuss after the presentation, because as you see previously, I think biotechnology is the best example when basic research can go up to a translational through cooperation between academics and companies. So I think we are right in the moment to discuss this possibility. So thanks very much, and I ask you, Professor Maria, to give her work.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for us to welcome you to this session on biotechnology. At the Complutense University of Madrid, biotechnology is a key area. So we have approved recently a bachelor degree in biotechnology, and we have a master degree in environmental and industrial biotechnology with a strong reputation for training experts in the field. The Complutense University works closely with many biotech companies, taking advantage of Madrid's position as an important hub for biotechnology. The biotechnology cluster of the Community of Madrid supports innovation and collaboration between universities and companies. Today, we are very proud to present two excellent researchers from this university. Professor María Isabel de la Mata Riesco leads the Thematic Biotechnology Research Group, and her work focuses on enzymes for industrial, environmental, pharmaceutical, and therapeutic applications. And Professor María José Hernáiz Gómez Dégano leads the Biotransformation Group and is the president of the Spanish Society of Biotechnology. We hope you enjoy their presentations and this session on biotechnology.
So our first speaker is from Brazil, from São Paulo, the Federal University of ABC, is Professor Milka Ribeiro Lins. She's a young professor in a young university, working with biotechnology in a program of science and technology and biotechnology. Thanks very much, Milka, for being here.
Okay. Buenos días a todos. Good afternoon. So I am Professor Milka Raquel Lins, and I am new at the university, the Federal University of ABC, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today to talk a little bit more about my research group named Symbio with ABC. So, usually I started to present myself, so this is my professional timeline, and I've been an associate professor since 2022, so it's pretty new, and last year I founded my research group, so the Symbio UFABC. I am new, and the university, it is new as well. So the UFABC was founded in 2006, and this name, ABC, is because the UFABC is located in this region. ABC is near to São Paulo city. So here it's encompassed 3 cities, so São Caetano do Sul, Santo André, that is highlighted in red there in the figure, and São Bernardo do Campo. We have 2 campuses, so in Santo André and São Bernardo do Campo. So this region is known for its industrial activity, highly industrial activity, and our university was created to contribute directly and indirectly to the education of Brazilian people. We advance knowledge in mathematics, engineering, computing, natural and human sciences. Okay, so these are the 4 pillars of our university. So we are interdisciplinarity. We seek social inclusion with students from different backgrounds. We seek to excellence in research and academic as well. And we seek internationalization. So that's why I am here with you today for global partnerships. So here are some key facts. So as I said, the university started in 2006. We have 2 campi. 100% of the faculty holds a PhD degree, 10% are foreigners. We have more than 12,000 undergrad and almost 1,300 graduate students. And there are some numbers about our reach and size. So regarding the Times Higher Education World University Ranking in 2020, we were in the place 13th place in Brazil. Regarding innovation, we were number 1 in Brazil. And regarding US news, in 2019, we were number 8 in the world in international collaboration. So this is why we appreciate international collaboration. So now about my research group. So my research group is located in the Santo André campus. There are some photos about my lab. And our mission revolves around exploring the synthetic biology field, aligning biological and engineering knowledge. And we devise innovative solutions for bioprocesses, mainly, and as well for environment challenges with the creation of biosensors, and I'll tell you later about it. So what is synthetic biology? Some of you may think that it is like genetic engineering, but it is not. So here are some steps further of we know about genetic engineering, the traditional genetic engineering. So here we are talking about biological systems engineering. So we can redesign, reuse, repurpose, and reconfigure these systems. So we usually do 2 strategies, top-down and bottom-up. And rationally and systematically, we can create a new organism, or we can insert new functions in a natural organism. So to do that, we develop some genetic circuits, like similar to the electrical circuits, utilizing standardized biological parts and computing models. So here in this Venn diagram, we see that we use now what we know about system biology. what we know about computer science as well for metabolic engineering. So we used to use this cycle, DBTL. So this cycle is for design, build, test, and learn. So we use a lot this method to construct our systems. And there are a variety of applications. In our lab, we focus on biosensors in cell-free systems, as well for molecule manufacturing and pathway engineering with metabolic engineering. So my lab, we developed 3 main research lines. The first one is the construction of synthetic gene circuits to regulate gene expression. So here are one example. This is a project developed by an undergrad student named Gabriel Gonçalves with collaboration with Professor Wagner from UFABC. And he developed a circuit, a genetic circuit. So when I talk about genetic circuits, we use DNA, RNA, proteins to act and to predict a behavior of the system. So here the circuits, he creates RNAs, synthetic small RNAs, interference RNAs, to interfere in the expression of the alpha amylase. So this is really important for plant biotechnology. Gabriel designed as well a pipeline of methodology to go since the gene mining until the simulation of hybridization between the synthetic RNA with the mRNA of the alpha amylases. The second one was developed by Yuri Barros Caetano with collaboration with César Arroyave. César is engineering from a private company in Germany, and he helped us to create this pipeline. And here we use Boolean logic applied to develop synthetic gene circuits. In this case, we developed to regulate this protein, the split GFP. So here we use Boolean logic, the logic gates, to regulate these expressions. So in this figure, we have the circuit that behave as an OR gate, and Yuri has designed 5 of these genetic circuits to behave as NOR gates, AND gates, and another gates as well. So he designed, again, a pipeline to seek these biological parts, RNA, DNA, until the modeling to simulate the behavior of our circuits. The second research line is regarding biosensors for environmental monitoring. So here I have a student named Luan César Carvalho. So Luan developed a circuit to act as a biosensor of TPA. So TPA is a monomer from the PET polymers. So we can monitor the degradation of the PET monomer. So we have created 2 different circuits that act directly and indirectly with DNA and proteins. And Luan did the simulations, and we see that the second circuit that acts indirectly is it's a better circuit that behaves as a biosensor because the threshold is less, so this means a better sensitivity of the circuits. The third line of research is synthetic biology applied to metabolic engineering. So here we seek to create microbial factories to produce value-added products. So when an input get in, so the cell can process and then produce an output, which is our product. So usually we get these workhorse or chassis that we call synthetic biology, and we can manage his pathways, inserting native existing pathways or non-native existing pathways and non-native created pathways. They have a range to do in the engineering there. But at the end, we get improved strengths. Its performance is improved. And at least we have higher titers of our biocompounds in less time. So in our lab, we are focused now on the production of vitamin B12, the cobalamin. So we know that is a high value-added product. The vitamin B12 is used as supplement feed, additive, and medication. So the market expects to reach almost $410 by 2027. So it is a high value-added product. And this market is driven because of the aging of the population. So this vitamin is used as a medication for these people. The rise of vegan diet as well. And we are seek limited availability of animal-based food as well. So we seek to create a new biological system to produce high titers of this cobalamin. Because today, nowadays, the titers is not so good as they expect. Now some collaborations. My lab is part of the Brazilian SeaBio network. So last year, we create this network to connect the actors, the players that use synthetic biology in their research projects. So we seek as well the international scenario to go reference international scenario. Besides that, I have a huge collaboration with Professor Daniele from the São Paulo State University, UNESCO. So we are developing now ongoing research projects. One of them is the development of sustainable platforms for the production of glutamate derivatives. So here includes indigo biocolorant. The second one, it was approved last month, is the development and optimization of biosensors to detection of viral RNAs using machine learning. So here we directed to the health area. So here are some collaborations: Hochschule Mannheim, the Federal University of São Carlos, UFABC, CNPq, the Brazilian SeaBio network. Another important collaboration is with Professor Juliana Cardinali Rezende. He shares the lab with me, and she is a professor at UFABC. She has the expertise in metabolic engineering, so she helped me a lot in the design phase to model and reconstruct the genomic scale model of my organism. And she can propagate as well genes, enzymes, metabolic pathways from culturable and non-culturable microorganisms. So here are some collaboration as well in Europe, Spain, Germany, in Brazil, highlighting the University of São Paulo, FAPESP, and Varto Ambiental, that is a private company. So that's all. If you want to know a little bit more about our projects, please feel free to send me a mail. We have an Instagram that is at simbio.ufabc. And I would like to thank you all, the companies, the São Paulo Research Foundation, the Universidade Complutense de Madrid, for the opportunity to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. I think we left the questions for the beginning, for the ending. So I would like to call Professor Maria Isabel. She is our next speaker.
Maybe yes. With this?
Yes. Okay.
I prefer, thanks.
Hello, hello. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to present an overview of biotechnology in Spain and the contribution of the Complutense University of Madrid. Biotechnology is defined as the integration of natural sciences and engineering sciences in order to achieve the application of organisms, cells, parts thereof, and molecular analogues for products and service. As mentioned in previous discussion, the biotechnology is a multidisciplinary field with application and a great impact in practically all areas of society, from medicine to agriculture, production, defense, and environment, among others. Currently, the biotechnology is one of the most important, highly developed technologies, and its growth is huge, it's amazing, in such a way that different subsectors are recognized, such as in healthcare and pharmaceutical industry, the so-called red biotechnology or biopharma, in agriculture and forestry production, the green biotechnology or agribiotech. Yellow biotechnology is related to food production. In industrial production, the so-called white biotechnology or industrial biotech. Gray biotechnology or environmental biotech related to environmental protection. Violet biotechnology regarding legal and ethical issues of biotechnology, among others. Therefore, biotechnology is an essential tool and facilitator for achieving most of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Moreover, it is a new source of economic wealth and employment for societies, and is considered as the fifth industrial revolution, the so-called biologization. Tomorrow there will be a session on bioeconomy. By region, the United States of America remains the global leader in biotechnology market. However, Europe, Asia Pacific, Central and South America, and the Middle East are showing strong growth and are expected to have an increasing impact on this sector, where Spain is in the middle of the 54 countries studied, according to the average score of the 7 criteria studied, such as productivity, patents, enterprise support, education and workforce, policy and stability, among others. In this sense, Spain has several strengths, such as high number of companies. In 2022, nearly 4,500 companies carry out biotechnology activities in Spain, and 974 of which are biotech firms, 76 more than the previous year, and with an impact on the Spanish economy, showing that it's a robust sector that continues to grow. Regarding employment, Spanish biotech firms employ more researchers than other industrial sectors, and the salary is higher than the national average. Additionally, the Spanish biotechnology companies have a higher number of women in their workforce than another sector, including research and executive teams. All of this has been possible thanks to another Spanish biotechnology strengths, the great scientific development of biotechnology in Spain in the last 30 years. The science of Spain, of the Spanish biotechnology sector is excellent, and its innovation is patented internationally. Spain remains in 9th position on the global ranking by number of papers related to biotechnology. And 70% of scientific production in biotechnology is performed as part of an international collaboration. In this scenario, the Complutense University of Madrid has made significant contribution to the biotechnology sector, shaping both present and future of this field. And its innovative cutting-edge research and teaching programs continue to foster global scientific knowledge and application in biotechnology. Regarding teaching, the master program in industrial and environmental biotechnology is offered at Complutense University of Madrid since 2015. This robust postgraduate program has a dual orientation, academic, scientific, and professional. The Faculty of Biological Sciences is in charge of this program, with participation of professors from the faculties of Chemical and Geological, Fine Arts, Pharmacy, and Economics and Business Administration. So, master degrees aims to provide students with advanced, multidisciplinary, and specialized training in industrial and environmental biotechnology, including a business initiative. And other activities, additional activities are performed, such as conferences by experts from various fields of biotechnology, visit to companies in the biotechnology sector, GS Keys course on drug discovery and development of business plan. And furthermore, internships are compulsory. And to bring the completion of internship and the master thesis, more than 100 specific agreements have been signed with companies, universities, and private and public research organizations from different Spanish regions and different countries, of course. A presentation and defense of internships are carried out in a congress format, which provides students with a skill that they could incorporate in their curriculum. And one important fact of this robust postgraduate program is that between 65–80% of graduates start their professional careers during or immediately after completing the master program. And many of our graduate students are already making significant contribution to different biotechnology sectors, including company foundation. And furthermore, regarding teaching, the degree in biotechnology will soon begin. Regarding research, more than 70 groups carry out their research in biotechnology, including legal and ethical aspect. And collaboration are established between groups, both research and teaching. You can find information about them on the website of the Office for the Transfer of Research of the Complutense University of Madrid in the link CompuTransfer, and clicking on groups of the UCM, the developed transfer activities. And on the same website, you can also find information about patents of the Complutense University of Madrid. Furthermore, as mentioned la Professor Arantxa Gómez, the Faculty of Biological Science participates in the cluster, in the biotechnology cluster of the Community of Madrid, and Professor Gómez is the representative on the committees, and many groups research in biotechnology. One of them is the enzyme biotechnology group that I lead, whose main objective is the development of new insights with biotechnological application, including the search for microbial enzymes and addressing their cloning and overexpression, production, purification, functional and structural characterization, and the study of their biotechnological application. They are improved through immobilization and mutagenesis. For example, we are characterized and study new acylases enzymes involved in the production of semi-synthetic beta-lactam antibiotics and antifungals. And recently, we have demonstrated that these enzymes are involved in quantum quenching processes, and they could be used as antimicrobial agents. Other enzymes that we have studied are polyhydroxyalkanoate depolymerases. They are involved on biodegradation of bioplastics, as well as to obtain chiral synthons to produce value-added compounds. And another, the nucleoside deoxyribosyl transferases, for one-step synthesis of therapeutic nucleoside, and lipases and exosaminidase for synthesis of new glycosylated compounds and new biomaterials. Currently, we are involved in the development of enzymes for the processing of industrial hemp, and thanks. And in collaboration with Dr. Jesus Sanz, into the coordinated project Beta Sol for BioCat, we are developing beta-beta solenoid polypeptides as versatile affinity tasks for protein immobilization and novel antimicrobial strategies. Both projects are supported by Ministry of Science and Innovation. And finally, I would like to thank all the people of the group who have participated in the research work carried out over the years, and the collaborators, as well as the funding received. And it is an opportunity to collaborate between Brazil and Spain in both research and teaching. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so we go for our next speaker. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Ana Carolina Migliorini Figueira. She's a leading scientist in LNBio CNPEM, close to Unicamp in Campinas. She's a biologist by training. We're very well known in Brazil for molecular and cell biology, structural biology, and more recently in tissue engineer. Thanks very much, Ana. You want this?
So, good morning, good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's quite challenging for me to be here, but I would like very much to thank for this invitation. So I will try to talk about what we do in LNBio today. This is a new platform that we built there, the Tissue Engineer platform, who was started to be planned in 2020, and we got our lab in 2023. For people who does know, this is CNPEM. CNPEM is a research center funded by Ministry of Science and Technology, but our projects are funded by many agencies like FAPESP, CNPq, and many other agencies like FINEP, and we also have projects in collaboration with industries. So we have 4 national laboratories. We have the synchrotron, We have renewables laboratory, we have the nanotechnology laboratory, and we have the Brazilian bioscience. I used to joke that is in the heart of our center. It's in red. And we have four lines of actuation. One is we have open facilities. We don't charge for anybody except for industries to use our facilities. We have in-house the R&D, so we have in-house research and development. We have support for innovation, and we have joint projects with industry. And also we have the line 4, which is training, education, and extension. Now we also have a graduation school, which is the ILUM School of Science, which will graduate our first term in this year. So the mission of Island Bio is to use integrative biology to understand health and disease and try to support the development of healthcare solutions. In Island Bio, we have 3 different divisions. One is for facilities, the other one is for basic technology, and the other one is advanced technologies, in which I am part. So we have gene edition, we have drug discovery, we have biopharmaceuticals, and we have tissue engineer division. This is our facility, it's pretty new. So we use biomaterials, cells, and try to make 3D organs, 3D models of organs to use in organ on a chip and microfluid systems, and also we try to apply these systems in alternative methods and in regenerative medicine. So we also are a central laboratory of RENAMA, which is an alternative method network in Brazil. So we try to develop new methods to replace animal models, not because animal models are bad, but sometimes they are not so predictive because animal models are systemic but not humans, and sometimes we have a lot of fails, especially in drug development, for example, and have more predictive models. And we talk about human in vitro models. They are human, but 2D in vitro models are not so systemic. The first thing that we do, I will present a lot of things, but it's just to show what we do, our 3D culture. So we start with adipose tissue culture. This was when everything starts. My research line also includes metabolism and diabetes. So I usually to work with proteins and biophysical, and I start to do these 3D models of adipose tissues. Using mice models, and we develop a lot of different kinds, like tissue with macrophages, white adipose tissue, brown adipose tissue, inflamed adipose tissue. After that, we learn how to modulate this and to transform the adipose tissue in obesity adipose tissue, which is inflamed, is different from the regular, normal lean adipose tissue. And we transform this to human adipose organoids. And now we have a system for humans. After that, many things happened, and we start producing liver models. So we have now 2 kinds of liver models. We have liver models more simple and more cheaper to apply in high throughput campaigns, for example, but they are very predictive for toxicity. And we also have more complicated systems, and we characterize all these systems, try to use many technologies, using imaging, using electronic microscopy, and also using our facilities to activity. We developed the lung epithelium. We can see the comparison between the human epithelium and, let me see. Yeah, this is the human epithelium, and this is our epithelium. So we can reproduce the characteristics and even the mucus production. Also, we create 2 models of intestinal barrier. We start with a more simple one, and after we start with bioprinted ones. So now we have different kinds of intestinal barriers, and we have all the structures which are predicted in these intestinal barriers. We have a new 3D kidney models. It's just a barrier of absorption, but we just developed this. And we have the bioprinted skin models. We have two models. One has dermis and epidermis, and the pretty new one has epidermis, dermis, and hypodermis. And in this model, we saw that hypodermis is very important to keep the homeostasis and to keep and to transform the skin in a more physiological model. And no, this is just to see the layers of the skin. Also, we use our acknowledgements to work on biomaterials and to try to modificate and to set up biomaterials for bioinks. So we have capacities to modificate biological materials to measure rheology, viscosity, plasticity, also electron microscopy, and to see the different aspects of our material. Also, we look for printability to put in our printers to have the best material which is biocompatible and good for printers, because sometimes we have a good materials for bioprinting, but it's not biocompatible. So we need to use this balance and try to achieve the best material. And we apply our 3D models in microphysiological systems, organ-on-a-chip systems. So one example, for example, was a project that we did with a company, Natura. It's a cosmetic company, in which we developed a system to try to measure toxicology of topic and oral absorbed molecules. And for this, we developed the liver, the intestinal barrier, and the skin. We can see here livers. There is 20 livers here. We have intestinal barrier, and more white is the skin. These chambers are connected for a microphysiological system, and we have the circulation of media here. So we can treat skin, or we can treat intestine, and we can saw in liver if we have biomarkers for toxicity, endocrine disruptor, or carcinogenic aspects. We develop a panel of more than 96 biomarkers for gene expression. Also, we could get publications with this. This is just to see the machine inside the incubator. Also, we are trying to develop together with Unicamp our own organ-on-a-chip system, because this is very expensive technology, and we are trying to divulgate and implement in Brazil. And we don't have companies, Brazilian companies selling this kind of material, so we are trying to develop our own methodology with Unicamp. And here we have the intestinal tube being made in this quite simple material, which costs almost R$5 in comparison with a commercial ship who costs 300 or 500 euros. So also we have the other development, which is the steato ship, in which we develop liver steatosis. So we put the adipocyte, the organoids of adipose here, and we induce obesity in this. And we also connect with liver spheroids. And we saw fat growing in our livers, and we have the steatosis development in this. So we also try to apply our developments in regenerative medicine. So first of our developments are in dermatological bioprinting dressing. We are trying to develop a dressing or a patch for chronic wounds. And first, we developed one that is very similar. It's a skin dressing to put like an insert. It's very similar to a technology who is in United States, but we cannot import or send this kind of material to other country because it takes 15 or 20 days life. So they are alive materials, so we have to have our own product in this case. And also we develop another kind of skin patch, which is not an insert, but we have this other kind of patch. And all of them are now in proof of concept in animal tests. Also, we have a collaboration project with NWO FAPESP calls for advanced materials, which is together with Netherlands. And in this project, we are developing a cellular dressing for wound repair, and also a diabetic wound model. And we will try to validate this model because we don't have a human model for this kind of study, and use the patches in both tests. So this starts just this year, this is project. And finally, we have the bioprinted patches, in which we are trying to develop a patch for treat heart injury after infarct. So we develop materials and characterize them and different kinds of cells. And we are trying to different stem cells here. Also, we produce our patches and do the characterization of these, and they are alive for more than 30 days. Now we are starting to use this in more in vitro, in other in vitro tests, and after in vivo tests. And finally, we also have a study in ocular surface dressing. So we are developing biomatrix and cells to apply in a hydrogel. And also we are developing the bioprinting to in situ bioprinting. So we need to print in the patient, not in a material who will be developed on transport and has a chance to be contaminated or this kind of things. So we are developing this, and I think this is my team, and thank you.
Thank you, Anna. It's a small team for a huge amount of data and of high quality, so thanks very much. So our last speaker is Professor Maria José Gomes Degano, also from Complutense University, so it's a pleasure to have you here, so please, we prefer to speak.
So thank you very much. So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm going to change a little bit the topic. And today I would like to speak to you about the Spanish Society of Biotechnology. So right now I am the president. I am professor in this university, but now I am the president of this society. And this Spanish Society of Biotechnology was created in 1988, and the idea was to promote and develop the biotechnology in Spain. This Cebiot, that's we call Cebiot, is a platform for connecting the different sectors that are working right now in Spain in biotechnology. We have the I don't know what is the laser point, sorry. The laser is the middle one, okay. So the different sectors that are involved and working in biotechnology, the industry, the academia, the government, the student, and Cebiot is the platform that is connecting all these sectors that are crucial to develop and promote biotechnology in Spain. And this relationship is based in an excellent communication, collaboration, and innovation between all these sectors. The Cebiot was created, as I mentioned, 35 years ago, and all this effort to develop and promote biotechnology in Spain is possible because many people are working in this society. I just, in the slide, you can see the different presidents that have been part of CEBIOT. One of them is Carmen Vela, that is in the slide, and Carmen Vela also was the Secretary of State for Research and Innovation. Kiko Godia as well is right now the president of the European Federation of Biotechnology. And also I would like to highlight then Isabel de la Mata, that was just giving a presentation before, also was president of this society, and now myself, me and Isabel, who are professors in this university. So it's a pleasure for us to be part of the CEBIOT and also be president of CEBIOT. So this society just have the different objectives, but the main one are promote the biotechnology, research, and knowledge exchange. Also, it's a platform, as I mentioned, for researchers and professional people that are working in the biotech sector. Also, we try to promote and disseminate the knowledge of biotechnology in the society. We try also to foster collaboration between the public and the private scientific entities. And we also try to have relationship and collaboration with national and international societies working in biotechnology. And also we organize scientific congress, conference, seminar, and also support publication. The CEBIOT is organized in different sections. All of them are related with a different topic of biotechnology. We have the applied biocatalysis, biochemical engineering, environmental biotechnology, biotechnology and health, plant biotechnology, bioinformatics, food biotechnology, microbial biotechnology, biotechnology and society, and also the young biotechnologies. Also have representatives in the different comunidades autónomas in Spain. And we have a lot of collaboration. And one of the main collaboration of CEBIOT is ASEBIO. ASEBIO is the Spanish Bioindustry Association. And also we participate in the biotech market platform. This collaboration of ASEBIO is from the very beginning. As Isabel mentioned, the number of biotechnology companies in Spain is increasing a lot, and I think ASEBIO and also CEBIOT have made a important input to try to develop all these companies in Spain. Also, we have members of the COSTE. COSTE is the Spanish Confederation of Scientific Societies that are working to promote the research and the innovation and try to make all this effort in research and innovation to lend out to the society. And right now also we have the Office C. The Office C is a new office that is created in the Congress, the Spanish Congress, in order to connect the science and technology with the society, and COSTE participate in this office, and also CEBIOT, as member of COSTE, is participate in this office C. Also, we have collaboration with FEBiotech. FEBiotech is a federation that comprises different biotechnology associations across Spain. This association was starting in 2008, and at that point it was 6 associations. Right now are 12 associations around Spain, and CEBIOT was a key, or play a key role in the creation of this FEBiotech. The idea was to try to recognize not only the scientific file, but also the professional career in Spain for the people that are working in biotechnology. Also have international collaboration. CEBIOT is member of the European Federation of Biotechnology. Try to contribute to, at the European level, to discuss on biotechnology, all the policies and the strategies. The European Federation is also organized in the different sections, similar to the Spanish Society of Biotechnology. Here you have the webpage, and then the different divisions that are part of this European Federation of Biotechnology. Also we have collaboration with different Ibero-American countries, also with Brazil, with this Brazilian Biotechnology Association, also the association in Mexico and Portugal. And then we organized different Bio-Ibero-American conference. The first one was organized in Salamanca. The second one was organized in Brazil in the 2018. Also, one was organized in Portugal, and this year was organized by Mexico. So in the activities, CEBIOT organized a congress that we call Biotech. This is a biennial meeting, and since the beginning we just organized different biotech around Spain. Some of them are also organized in collaboration with ACEBIO. The Congress of ACEBIO is Bio Spain, and the Congress in CEBIOT, as I mentioned, is Biotech. And sometimes we organize a joint conference. And also I want to highlight that in 2014 and 2023, this biotech was organized here in Complutense University. The 2014 was organized by Isabel de la Mata, and this one was organized by myself. Both, I am professor in the Faculty of Pharmacy here in UCM, and both were organized in this faculty. And the next one is going to be in Barcelona in the 2025. I just give you the information about this conference. Also have some books and some collaboration in publication, and you can just download by free from our webpage. And also CEBIOT organized different courses, seminar, and workshop. Or workshops that are organized by the different section. Also just workshop focus on the job opportunities in biotechnology. One of the more active division in our society is the biocatalysis division, and we organize different workshops just focusing biocatalysis. My research group is just also focused in this area of biotechnology, so I am really involved in this kind of workshop focus on biocatalysis. And of course, CEBIOT are doing a lot of dissemination and communication through the web page. Also, now we have a community manager, and we use all the social media in order to develop and disseminate all the information about biotechnology. Because, as I mentioned, the biocatalysis division is one of the more active division in our society, and because my research group is mainly working in that, also we have a network based on biocatalysis. This network is coordinated by UCM, by this university, and 15 Spanish research groups working this biocatalysis are involved in this network. And in this network, all these groups are working in different topics related with biocatalysis, as the new strategies for the production of biocatalysis, computational biocatalysis, enzyme immobilization and process intensification, biocatalysis in sustainable solvent, and also new reaction and multi-catalytic system. So I don't have time to go in detail because I will just focus in the presentation of CEBIOT, but my research group, as I mentioned, is a research group in Complutense University, is biotransformation group, and we are mainly working in biocatalysis. And right now we're working in 3 projects that are focused in the sustainable production of carbohydrate derivative with application in pharmaceutical and chemical industry. And so we try to produce enzymes, try to mobilize these enzymes, and then use this as a biocatalyst to generate this new compound and have an interest in the industrial process. Also, we're working the production of biosurfactant, also using enzyme. And the idea is to produce this in a more sustainable way with green solvent, with biocatalyst. And also, we're working in the sustainable bioconversion of plastic waste to try to obtain a high-value product based on use some thermophilic microorganisms and thermophilic enzyme. Now we're working in this project, and we're just obtaining very good result. And just want to thank, the Complutense opportunity to give me the opportunity to present the society part of my research work, the funding, and all of you for your attention.
I think we're going to invite all of our speakers to come over. Professor Maria Elson, our co-host, and we're going to open for questions. Please, you can sit if I stay here. Yes, please. So we start there. You can name yourself first. And then
I'll do that. My name is Paulo Shore. I think that can be addressed to any of you, but probably Maria. How do you influence?
Sorry.
Yeah. How do you influence and collaborate with the government to have them taking decisions on evidence-based science and through regulations? And how are you being heard by the government itself? Do you have any kind of lobby, or how do you try to influence them?
So, as I mentioned to you, some of the president and the people involved in our society have been part of the government that's related with research. So, for example, Carmen Vela was the Secretary of State of Research and Innovation. Kiko Godia, so different people that are involved in our society have some, contribution to the government, the part of the government that is just focused on research and innovation. So in that way, you have some connection with that. Now also we have this Office C that I think is going to really help for this connection. And through this, ASEBIO as well. So the three main actors, industry, academia, and the society, I think have connection with the government, and that makes an influence or some lobby to really try to promote as much as possible biotechnology and research in general in our country. And I think we're in the right way. I think things change a lot in the last few years, and I think we are in a good position. Also, Isabel de la Mata mentioned before, the number of publications, the number of industry, I think are growing a lot in Spain. And for that, also the government make a lot of contribution, with, grant, funding. And I think in Spain, we did a good job in that aspect, I think.
Okay, there is a question here.
Hello, so I'm Juliana here. I'm Brazilian, but I have been working in Spain, in Barcelona, in SIM, UPC. It's a center of advanced manufacturing there. We work with 3D printing. So first of all, I would like to thank you all for the presentations. It was wonderful to see your work, so thank you a lot for sharing that with us. And I have a question for Ana Carolina, because I saw that you are using 3D printing, right, for bioprinting. So I don't know if you could share maybe the technologies that you have been using, or we can talk later. I really would like to talk with you later to discuss some technologies, because as an engineer that works in a technology transfer in an advanced manufacturing center, it would be really interesting to discuss some applications and possibility of collaborations between our center and your labs. Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Are you okay? So thank you. We have three different bioprinters in our lab. We use extrusion-based bioprinted, and we have two photon bioprinted. So now we are printing the patches. So we developed the material to print like a scaffold or like a bioink. So we put the cells inside the material, and also we print this using extrusion. And also with two photons, we print small structures to put in our bioink, and we use the extrusion-based to do the patches. For example, the skin is bioprinted, so it's not. When you say that we print skin, for example, we print collagen, and collagen is liquid at 4 degrees, and at 37 is a gel. So we print it at 4 degrees, but it's not a printed because you don't have a structure. But when we print the collagen with the cells, we saw that the dermis is more aligned because of the pressure, and you have the right directing of the cells. So it is kind of things that we are doing now. If you want to discuss after, I can discuss with you. I am very interested in to congratulate something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this is the right thing that we want to do in FAPESP Week, kind of match. But before I give the question to Leandro, he's very anxious to make the question. I would say how happy I am because I learned a lot about biotechnology and how you here in Complutense in Spain did so much to change actually the scenario of this subject, because at FAPESP, Professor Márcio and Professor Zago just asked us, the advisor, to create a program on biotechnology, and this will be launched next year. And I think from your expertise and maybe collaboration, we can build up this project in the right way. And also there is one program that FAPESP is also launching next year, is about collaboration between international groups. And again, although you are Brazilian, but if you speak Spanish and you are here in Barcelona, it will be the perfect match with them.
Yeah.
Hi, Leandro Colli, great talks. You show a lot of toxicity shapes, and toxicity is one of the stuff that we have very difficult to, it's very important for our patients, but very few trials and very unappreciated in the research area. I'm curious to see if you have clinical endpoint validation between the chip outcomes and the patient outcomes, because I'm an oncologist and a lot of my patients stop the treatment because of a toxicity. It would be amazing to have something correlation with the clinical outcomes. We saw a lot of these chips, on organs on chips, but most of the times they don't have a good correlation, clinical correlation. I'm curious to see if you're moving this direction.
Okay. So concerning toxicity and chips, organ on a chip is very new, yes, and we are trying to validate some of the assays. We have in the Seattle World Conference, we don't have yet a technology who is totally validated now in the world, but every people in the community who works on MPS are trying to validate. So we are developing more data and using our system a lot to compare with animal and with some data in literature to try to validate this. But as a first option, for example, we did a cooperation with Natura, and we implement this technology in the quality control because cosmetic industry in Brazil cannot use animal methods, so they are using in their quality control. So if people start to use, we will start to have validation. And I think it's this, okay? For me?
Hello? Yes. Congratulations. 5 very good presentations. And one very simple word for each of you. Next step.
Thank you for your question. Let's say that. So the next steps, we are going to further in this cycle. So we are in designs. Behavior. Now we are going to build in vitro. So yes, we want collaboration to go to this further in the cycle to be applied someday, these biosensors and these new chassis for the production of cobalamin.
For all. Oh.
Yes. Next step for all. But one word.
Thanks. Okay. Regarding the master in biotechnology, in industrial and environmental biotechnology, I'm no longer a coordinator now. The coordinator are Jesus Fernandez Lucas and Blanca Perezut, but I continue to be coordinator of master thesis. And regarding my group, of course, I continue with my research and to investigate about, in this case, on enzyme development, new enzymes, because we have established a platforms that we offer. We have transferred and we offer our technology in order to develop new enzymes to apply it in every area of the application.
So, for me, I have a lot of plans. In long time, I would like to have a technology which is in the market. So we are working hard in the patches, trying to have a easy, cost-effective technology to put on the market. And now we got a grant for FINEP to start to improve our technology. And for science, I would like to have an obese ownership. So this is.
In my case, is keep working. I think it's very important, the connection between the four sectors, the academia, the government, the industry, and the student, and you need to collaborate, communicate, and innovate together, and this is the way to keep, develop and promote biotechnology in Spain and Brazil and everywhere. So keep working.
Thank you. Okay, so I have to say thanks to a lot of you. It was very interesting, very important for us at FAPESP, also at the university. We are just changing the program there. We want to include some soft skills, some entrepreneurism there, and I think we are probably in the right way. But we have to stop here because my lunch just arrived, so, and I'm hungry. Yes, our lunch, yes. So we're just invited for lunch now, so thank you very much. Big applause for them. Professor Raul wants to make.
For the FAPESP delegation. The others, please go for the lunch. I have one announcement. Just one announcement for the FAPESP delegation. Two announcements. Okay. So please, you don't have to stay. Yeah. No. You can start before us, okay? Leave some. Yeah, we're going to be quick. It's very simple. Yes. Agora vou falar em português, né? Claro. Muito simples. Na sexta-feira, nós conseguimos uma visita ao Centro de Investigação Energética e de Meio Ambiente e Tecnologia. É um centro muito prestigioso e que fica aqui ao lado, muito próximo aqui. Isso vai acontecer na sexta, às 11h30 até às 14h. Quem tiver condições e disposição, é muito importante que a gente atenda essa visita. Tem que passar o número do passaporte para o SNAR. O número do passaporte para o SNAR. Tudo bem? É esse o anúncio que eu tenho que fazer, tá bom?
Pessoal que vai apresentar amanhã, se precisar mexer na apresentação, eu peço que mexa no Drive, tá bom? Quem tem alguma? A apresentação do dia 2, mexa no Drive, que amanhã de manhã a gente pega aqui, tá bom? SNAR, passar o endereço certo por e-mail da visita, tá bom?
Antonio Saraiva de la Universidad de São Paulo y quiero antes de I'd like to thank FAPESP and Universidad Complutense por la invitación, por estarnos aquí para esta sesión. Yo y Ignacio vamos a compartir la moderación de esta mesa que tiene por tema salud del suelo en el contexto de agricultura digital. No sé por qué traducir en español. Soil health in the context of digital agriculture. It's a pleasure to be here. We cannot underestimate the role and importance of agriculture in modern times to face food and nutritional security, provide input in materials and energy, and provide a pathway for a more sustainable future. In this session, we will explore one aspect, which is soil health in the context of agriculture. We'll have 6 presentations, 3 from Brazil and 3 from Spain. So I'll just hand over to Ignacio, my new friend Nacho.
Thank you, Antonio. So thank you very much. Thank you to the both committees, both organizing committees. Thank you to FAPESP for funding this event, and thank you for choosing the Complutense University for this nice event. So as Antonio said, we are going to start this session about soil health, the context of digital agriculture. We have these three speakers from Spain, 3 speakers from Brazil. I think that rather than focusing on very technical and specific aspects of digital agriculture, we have like a panel of speakers that can give you a broader impression of what digital agriculture implies. So I think that we will have a really nice questions and answer session after the speakers talks. So let's start with the first speakers, that is Brazilian colleague, so Antonio will present.
Gracias, Nacho. So the first one will be Bárbara Janet Teruel Medeiros. Teruel, entonces hay alguna cosa a ver con España, aunque un poco lejos. Bárbara, she's a full professor in the College of Agricultural Engineering. She's a mechanical engineer, a PhD in mechanical engineering applied in industrial processes. She coordinates digital agriculture and energy laboratory at the University of Campinas, São Paulo. So, Bárbara, welcome.
Sí. Olá. Oba. Sumiu.
Tá voltando.
Aqui. Qual é a luz? Qual o ponto?
O laser é esse do meio.
Esse do meio.
Eu vou pedir.
Aqui vai para trás, aqui vai para frente.
Isso. Espera que eu vou pedir para o nosso.
Professor Pacheco, não está contando o tempo, não? Não, Pacheco não. Tchau. Ok. Boa tarde. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Como estoy en la madre patria, soy de Cuba originalmente, pero vivo en Brasil y trabajo primero para estudiar, después como profesora en la Universidad Estatal de Campinas, me voy a permitir hablar en español, porque son pocas las veces que estoy rodeado en España de españoles y el embajador nos dio esa oportunidad. Él habló en español. Muy bien, he conversado con mis colegas de la FAPESP que la presentación les va a quedar disponible. Como tenemos un tiempo corto, quedó que después podamos conversar más, podamos tener más contactos y demás. Agradezco a la FAPESP por la organización del evento, excelente, y por la oportunidad, y agradezco a la Universidad Complutense por acogernos. Muy bien. Esta presentación va a abordar rápidamente algunos conceptos de agricultura digital y qué es lo que sería la salud del suelo, y después me voy a concentrar, me voy a enfocar en un trabajo que hemos desarrollado y que está absolutamente disponible para aplicación en la agricultura sobre mapeo de suelos, específicamente de humedad. Y bueno, de alguna forma todos hemos tenido ya contacto con tecnologías digitales y la agricultura no está exenta de eso. Brasil grande productor agrícola de todo, exportador también, grandísimas extensiones de tierra. Y durante la pandemia del COVID quedó muy evidente el papel de la agricultura para la economía, para el Producto Interno Bruto y demás. Entonces, aplicar técnicas, herramientas, tecnologías de agricultura digital nos están permitiendo tener más decisiones más rápidas, economizar insumos en este foco de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, disminución de los impactos al medio ambiente en todas las formas posibles. Y eso es lo que estamos haciendo. Son temas bien multidisciplinares, como el que les presento hoy, y el trabajo también, resultado de alumnos de varios niveles y investigadores, profesores de diferentes especialidades. Y cuando recibí la invitación, decía salud de los suelos, digo, bueno, ¿y cómo lo que estamos haciendo en la Facultad de Ingeniería Agrícola, en colaboración con otras facultades y con universidades de Brasil y fuera de Brasil, que me doy cuenta que realmente la humedad del suelo, por ejemplo, ¿qué es salud del suelo? Pues todo lo que tiene que ver con que ese suelo donde no solo producimos los alimentos que consumimos, como el suelo es la base de todo lo que hacemos, ¿no? De la arquitectura, de la vida humana, de la vida animal, de todas las formas vivientes posibles, como en las culturas antiguas, los incas, demás, la Pachamama, sagrada, que se le reverenciaba a ese suelo, a esa tierra, porque de él viene todo prácticamente. Entonces, ¿cómo nosotros en los trabajos que estamos haciendo estamos contribuyendo a conocer mejor ese suelo, a tener informaciones de forma más rápida, más precisas, de forma tal que llegue a los tomadores de decisión, que se pueda hacer el manejo de lo que sea necesario en el menor intervalo posible, con menor uso de recursos, sean insumos químicos, sea fuerza humana, tecnología, lo que sea. Y nosotros estamos trabajando, yo no sé, pero no enciende, aquí sí. Nosotros hemos trabajado específicamente en lo que les voy a enseñar hoy, es un tiempo corto, por eso dejo abierta la posibilidad de que podamos conversar en otro momento, a distancia o presencial en los días que estaremos aquí, con mucho gusto, para poder, inclusive pensando en tener colaboraciones. Aquí. Pues nosotros hemos trabajado en determinar, por ejemplo, humedad de suelo. Humedad de suelo para fines agrícolas es una de las variables que tienen mayor importancia, tanto para el desarrollo de la planta como para la calidad del alimento o lo que se va a producir allí, el aumento de productividad, y también porque dependiendo del tipo de suelo, pues es necesario poner más agua, menos agua, y el agua, un recurso finito también bastante importante, y la agricultura consume por lo menos 70% del agua dulce del planeta. Entonces la agricultura no nos hace mucha falta, pero al mismo tiempo es una grande consumidora de agua, de otros insumos, y también tiene ahí su penetración, digamos así, sus efectos en cuestiones ambientales. Muy bien, entonces pensando en eso, les traigo como ejemplo un proyecto que fue financiado por la FAPESP. Hablando de la FAPESP, es una agencia que realmente los investigadores del Estado de São Paulo estamos muy bien cubiertos, digamos así, por esa agencia, de la cual tuve conocimiento luego que llegué a Brasil en 1994, cuando mi profesor orientador de mestrado me dijo: Bárbara, tienes que escribir un proyecto para la FAPESP. Y digo, ¿y qué es lo que es FAPESP? Había acabado de llegar y mal sabía portugués, y me dijo, y tiene que ser en portugués. Ok, bueno, felizmente tuvimos ese proyecto aprobado en el año final de 94 para financiar mi investigación de mestrado, y fue el primer proyecto FAPESP de ese mi orientador. Entonces así comenzó mi historia con la FAPESP, que se mantiene hasta el día de hoy, y ese proyecto, que tuvo participación del área de electrónica, eléctrica, en un edital conjunto con la IBM, que ya fue mencionado aquí por los representantes de la FAPESP, que es una de los colaboradores fuertes. Pues ahí nuestra hipótesis era de que era posible obtener mapas de humedad de suelo productividad para la cultura de la caña de azúcar fue la cultura que escogimos porque en Brasil es muy representativa y en el estado de São Paulo también, un estado que produce bastante caña, tanto para azúcar como para etanol y otros usos. Pues, que podíamos a través de radares en 3 bandas, P, B y L, miniaturizados, ya habían sido desarrollados para la aeronáutica civil y otras funciones, ¿cómo se llama? La fabricante de aviones que se mencionó hoy, Embraer, ya había adquirido esa tecnología, pero de gran deporte. Entonces, los ingenieros que habían trabajado en eso, que ya no hacían más parte de los trabajos con la Embraer, pues se han asociado al profesor Hugo Figueroa, con el que trabajo en la ingeniería, él es de la ingeniería eléctrica, y el desafío fue, bueno, ¿y qué tal si miniaturizar esos radares, que han dado muchos resultados para monitorar áreas de desflorestación, de corte de árboles o de inundaciones y demás, y embarcarlos en un drone y verificar si hay respuesta, por ejemplo, para esas variables: humedad de suelo, productividad de caña de azúcar y pronóstico de fecha de corte de esa caña de azúcar. Y así fue que comenzamos esos trabajos en ese año, después de aprobado el proyecto, y hemos ido avanzando para otras aplicaciones también, o sea, no solo a nivel de superficie, como en profundidades, para diferentes aplicaciones. Ese proyecto ya está, o sea, los resultados ya están completamente validados, se han validado inclusive para la caña de azúcar en centrales de azúcar y caña de San Martín, que también fue mencionado aquí. Entonces tenemos radares en 3 bandas y también se puede hacer una combinación de tipos de vuelo: vuelo lineal, vuelo circular o vuelo en helizoide. Y buscamos las mejores combinaciones y los mejores resultados para todas esas condiciones. Aquí el estatus en que se encuentra hoy es un drone comercial en que se han embarcado los radares que funcionan como antenas, digamos, banda L, 2 de banda C, 2 de banda P. Aquí está la parte de la inteligencia del sistema, digamos así, la placa madre. Al total pesa 5 kilos y tiene ahí, dependiendo de la banda, tiene diferentes frecuencias y grado de penetración y demás. Un poco de las características técnicas, pero lógico que no me voy a detener en eso aquí. Muy bien, entonces decíamos, bueno, podemos entonces trabajar con humedad de suelo, con suelo descubierto. ¿Será que con suelo ya plantado de vegetación también hay resultados? ¿Cómo funciona para las ondas? Si las ondas penetran, de hecho, como la teoría. A mí se me pierde esto aquí. A mí se me pierde la luz. ¿Ustedes ven la luz? Yo no. ¿Va a ser en tu medio? No lo veo. Aquí ya. Ya lo vi. Entonces, como la teoría de radares dice, bueno, que puede haber penetración a diferentes profundidades, todas estas cuestiones las fuimos estudiando, claro que acompañado de algoritmos, de inteligencia artificial, de procesamiento de datos, de ajustes, de ecuaciones, todo esto porque teníamos en el equipo ingenieros eléctricos, electrónicos, físicos, ingenieros agrícolas, agrónomos. Yo soy ingeniera mecánica que siempre ha caminado para el lado de la agricultura. Hicimos una etapa grande de experimentación en el campo experimental de la Facultad de Ingeniería Agrícola y después evaluamos en escala mayor en haciendas del Grupo San Martinho, que es uno de los mayores grupos de Brasil de producción de azúcar, etanol, plantaciones de caña, etcétera. Entonces aquí, por ejemplo, vemos una imagen, una foto real de nuestro campo experimental, los puntos que fueron evaluados, porque para determinar la humedad hicimos los análisis convencionales de retirada de muestras en una grade y llevar al laboratorio por el método higrométrico y demás. Y aquí cómo salen las imágenes después de procesadas con el software. Vean aquí, se obtienen imágenes que después las transformamos en esto, en los mapas de variabilidad. Aquí están los mapas de variabilidad de humedad. Lo hicimos para varios periodos, acompañamos después de esto sembramos caña, acompañamos el crecimiento de la caña. O sea, fueron más de 2 años, casi 3, que estuvimos trabajando y determinando todas estas variables. Y vimos que, por ejemplo, para determinar humedad, las mejores respuestas son para la banda L, con una precisión de 92%. Y esto para determinación de humedad realmente es algo muy interesante, porque yo consigo con el drone, caminar, o sea, volar por una extensión de tierra bien grande y no usar entonces el método, si puedo abrir mano del método de crickaging, que es un método de interpolación. Bueno, lo que tengo para comentarles aquí es que para nosotros la agencia FAPESP se ha materializado como una financiadora que ha demostrado también que la junción de universidad, financiamiento y empresas también público-privado dan resultados y que se pueden generar soluciones tecnológicas que pueden ser transferidas para el sector, inclusive siendo académicos. Y que, por ejemplo, esta tecnología de radar, de origen una startup, que ya tiene ese producto ahí en su portafolio para prestación de servicio, para la venta del sistema como tal, y que surgió también de una base de investigación y académica. Es una tecnología disruptiva, bien interesante, que nos sorprendió también, porque nuestras hipótesis al inicio se parecían así, wow, ¿será? Y quería, por último, mostrarles rápidamente que tenemos hoy en la Unicampi todo un proyecto bastante multidisciplinar, iniciativa público-privada, nacional e internacional, de la instalación del hub de energía, en que allí tenemos todas las especialidades posibles. Ya la Unicampi produce hoy 15% de la energía eléctrica que consume a través de paneles fotovoltaicos y debemos crecer para esta área aquí, que es el HID de Ali, que era una hacienda comprada para producir 30% de la energía que consumimos. Pero además de eso, tendremos una usina agrivoltaica instalada allí también, donde se junta el uso combinado del suelo, sea para producción de alimento vegetal, animal o otro uso, y la producción de energía eléctrica, utilizando allí todos los conceptos de nexus y demás. Es un grande laboratorio vivo que genera investigación, también genera capacitación, formación, y donde podemos tener muchas colaboraciones con los españoles y con los colegas brasileños que hoy están aquí y se están enterando, digamos así. Y bueno, muchas gracias, creo que cumplí con el tiempo y quedo a disposición en los días que estaremos aquí. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice talk. Yes, okay. So let's continue with this session and let's introduce the first Spanish speaker. This is Irene Borra. Irene is a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute for Agricultural Science. That is an institute here in Madrid from the Spanish National Research Council. So Irene is, as I said, a postdoctoral researcher, and she's part of the group of technologies for sustainable agriculture. She's an expert on developing technical solutions to determine crop yield and crop health status, and using remote sensing data and multispectral image. So yeah, let's give the floor and start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Normally the logo were in white, but yeah, sorry for that. So thanks first for the invitation to present our research. So the idea of my presentation is to show a bit what is carried out in my research group, or in the one I belong to. You don't really see the soil word in the title. We are starting, but I don't have results, so I'm not going to talk about that, and because we have a new incorporation in our group. But I will more show cases related to precision agriculture. So that's why the title, it's linked to remote sensing technology to work with imagery. So it's crop inspection from the sky. So the idea, and why is it like this? Because the majority of our data is taken from a distance with sensors embedded in satellites and drones. So we check the status of the crop and what's going on from a distance. So it's like similar when we were in the pandemic, measuring the temperature of the kids, if they were sick or not, and they could attend school. So it's thanks to Barbara for the introduction, because she's going to save me some words linked to the situation that we are facing in agriculture. We have some challenges to tackle related to production and ensure that we produce enough. And because there are some events like drought that can happen, and we have to do it under the umbrella of the Commission, the European Commission, that sets some rules and targets to achieve. Like, for example, reduce the herbicide use or foster or protect the biodiversity. So, oh yeah, nice. Okay, it's easy. No, un PDF, PDF, creo, but it's okay. There were some animations, but I don't know. I should have tested my presentation. No, it's okay, it's fine. I will manage. So we have different solutions or possibilities to keep producing and tackle those challenges. We could improve our crops, or we could adapt some new crops to our area, but this takes decades, takes some time to achieve that, or we could increase the production area, but we are limited by the earth. We cannot keep increasing, so we tackle the part of productivity. We study the factors that limit the production. For example, one limiting factor is the water. We all know that plants need water, so we can be more efficient in the water use. Or we can tackle the production loss up to 40% related to weeds, pests, and diseases. So we have a yield gap there that we want to provide solutions and increase productivity. And our solutions, once again, are based on remote sensing products from images taken, captured by drone or satellite. Okay. So we provide solutions related to precision agriculture because we are aware that the field is not homogeneous. It doesn't develop the entire surface, so we cannot manage the entire area in the same way. So the idea is to have zones and really treat what is needed, when it's needed, and in the amount that is needed. So we can really more do a site-specific treatment or management. So as you will have the presentation, I will skip to read all the words. So for achieve our aims, we need a quite diverse group of people. I would like to present them, because that way if you enter later on the website, you can search us and see the different backgrounds, because we have also agronomic engineers, but forestry, or so we have different backgrounds and points of view, which makes us group quite diverse and rich. So I will just show some research, some cases in those research lines related to precision crop protection, more specific to site-specific weed management, where we are able to classify, detect, and really treat what is needed. We have a new research line related to biodiversity and pollinators, and also water management. So all the research needs to be like in frame in a project. So in this one, we combine agroecology meets technology, and we have two big aims, which are reduce or eliminate herbicide use and enhance biodiversity. So in the terms of herbicide use, we develop a model that detects, classify, and map weeds in an early stage based on CNN and visual transformer algorithms, which has different steps, which I'm not going to explain because I don't have really time for it. But as you will have the presentation, you can come back to it. But the main thing here to develop the model that we need a really high number of labels. That you see the cursor. Number of labels of the different species, the different weeds that are the big problems here in our area, to be able to develop a model that we can trust. Just in case if you're not aware, the plants are quite small. Here is 3 millimeters size of the pixel, because we use drone imagery, because we need to really identify in an early stage, because that way the management has a higher efficiency and good results. And if we keep increasing, and if we lose the image of the plant, we won't be able to recognize the species, because the treatment is also specific to the species of the weeds. So we really need detail, and that's why we use in this case drone imagery. And we really need to check that our model works. That we are in science for that. No, we need to really prove. And we check our models by expert labeling widths and checking with the model how it works. Because we end up with the entire trial map, and every point, you don't see really all the amount of points, but every point corresponds to a plant and with the species correctly identified. And that way we can then derive a prescription map and know where we have to treat, and also a bit the risk, because we can calculate the density and we can have areas of no treatment, mid-risk, and high risk. And that way we can have some savings in the herbicide use, because, for example, in this case, for this species, we only have to treat in these areas, so all this is produce products that we don't use, so it's a saving also economically for the farmer, but also for the environment. So we are capable to do that. The part of biodiversity is related to pollination, because it's important, and as our scenario look quite homogeneous, we need to assure that our little friends now have enough resources to keep doing their part of the job. So the idea is to manage weeds, community, and also test which communities are better to fulfill the objective of keeping the pollinators available and also provide enough resources during a long time. This is a work that we just, or a line that we just started with a PhD student, but it's not our unique idea. There's already some works that identify flowers and resources with images, but we need to adapt it to our region and to our species. And also we can link the variability, and also mixing differently the species can provide more resources during a longer time, or like protection, or flowers, pollen, so to combine all those criteria. And we want to have some indices or some parameters that can link it with visits of pollinators or good of resources available to them. This is a work in progress. I cannot really show it results. I can just show a nice picture of the experiment, quite colorful, and also quite diverse. So I will have to do another presentation in another moment. And related to water management, a couple of projects, an European one related to irrigation efficiency that we collaborate with other countries, so we have already some experience. And it was linked to major crops in those countries, combining remote sensing and also development of sensors related to humidity to really use enough amount of water and not more than that. No, it was more linked to that. Or the EU4U, complicated name to pronounce. It's related to water use efficiency and combined to yield productivity in Mediterranean pasture. So the idea is to here also use remote sensing to generate evapotranspiration, it's a nice word, maps to really know where to set some water or what is needed. Okay, thanks. So here another example. This should be a video to see our grape wine, but you will have to download the presentation. And we tested different irrigation treatment, and we combine information from RGB sensor, multispectral, and thermal, which gives us parameters related to some vegetation indices or volume, canopy height, or the temperature of the crop. So the idea was to combine this information and see how well it works to estimate chlorophyll or stomata conductance. Not a really a big surprise, but we were expecting a bit that the thermal works better related to those parameters. But we saw also that combining with architectural parameters or other spectral information provide even better results. So we end up with evapotranspiration maps that give us the area where it's really okay with the water, no stress, and other areas that we need to take care of. No? So some equipment just in case, because maybe it facilitates collaboration if you know already what we have and what we use normally. This is not 5 kilos drone, is a bit smaller, but we can adapt an RGB or a thermal or multispectral camera. So I separated the remote sensing more like from the distance, and then the measurements on ground, because they are still needed and they will always be needed to check and to test, related to leaf area index or chorophyle conductance. And voila, you were missing the nice video ever that I have in my presentation, but yeah, thank you. If you have any questions later on.
Gracias. Gracias, Irene, por su muy interesante presentación. Thank you, Irene, for your presentation. Sorry, very interesting, and especially because it's not only about soil. It's just very nice, very diverse. So the next one will be again from Brazil, Roverson Pereira da Silva, our colleague from Unesp. So Roverson holds a PhD in agricultural engineering. He's an agricultural engineer from University of Lavras, a PhD in agronomy from State University of São Paulo, and a postdoc at University of Georgia. He's currently an associate professor 3 at Unesp. So welcome, Roverson. He also is a representative of many national and international associations on agricultural engineering. Okay. This one? That one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this event, and I would like to thank FAPESP and the Complutense University for this opportunity. Well, I am an agricultural engineer, and my area is agricultural machinery. And I am in a section about soil health. But agricultural machinery and soil health have some things that in common. My theme is digital agriculture, mechanized agriculture operations, and soil CO2 emissions. Our agenda is, we began with an introduction, after the impact of mechanization on CO2 emissions, an overview about digital agriculture and mechanization, some of work researches, and the final considerations. Well, the agricultural mechanization is very important to the agriculture in all world. Agricultural mechanization is about the study of the appropriate use of agricultural machinery, focusing in optimization and feasibility of high agricultural productivity, and the rationalization of operational costs and preservation of the natural resources and environment. When we talk about mechanization agricultural operations, we have many operations, but soil tillage and harvesting are two of the most important operations, because soil tillage, large soil mobilization, and high fossil fuel consumption. Harvesting uses large machines in extensive areas with high consumption and losses. Harvesting losses are the product unharvested and in the field, and represent a reduction in yield, represent a direct waste of biomass of the entire production process. For some crops, like the underground crops, we have significant and unavailable losses. For example, in the peanuts, the losses up to 30%, and the sweet potato and potato, 15% are bigger. But the impact of the mechanization the mechanization on CO2 emissions is currently. The mechanization is important, but the impact of the mechanization on CO2 emissions exists. In the soil tillage, the soil tillage can accelerate the rate of organic matter decomposition, reduces the soil organic carbon, releases large amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere within a few weeks. Some studies point to hundreds of kilograms of carbon per hectare may be released in the atmosphere as CO2 in the first few weeks after the operation. When we compare no tillage and conventional tillage, some studies point to additional carbon storage in agricultural soils, approximately of 337 kilograms per hectare per year in the first 20 years. About the harvest of the underground crops, this harvest can affect the soil CO2 emissions due to several factors. For example, the soil disturbance. During the harvesting of underground crops, the soil is turned over and to inherit fruits like peanuts or tubers like potatoes or roots. This disturbance increases the exposure of soil organic matter to oxygen, accelerating its decomposition and releasing more CO2. Another problem of the agricultural mechanization is about the soil compaction. In Brazil, like as in other countries, we have heavy machinery in action. This machinery can compact the soil, reducing porosity and water infiltration capacity. This can affect the microbial process that regulate the carbon cycling and sequestration, potentially increasing emissions. Harvesting losses of the underground crops existing. They can serve as carbon sources of microorganisms, increasing CO2 emissions. On the other hand, proper residue management can help in replacing soil carbon. It's necessary a balance between the harvesting losses and the proper residue management. About the digital agriculture and mechanization. How the digital technologies for monitoring and mitigating emissions can be used. Soil sensors or gas sensors can be used to measure soil carbon content and moisture levels to optimize land management. Gas sensors can detect and quantify CO2, CH4, and N2O emissions in real time. We can use also remote sensing with satellite imagery or drones imageries to monitoring land uses, vegetation cover, and soil carbon stocks. Other way can use the technologies is to control the traffic mapping. If we have uncontrolled machine traffic, it increases soil compaction, reduces the soil aeration, and the water infiltration. This can lead to enhancing NO2 emissions. Then the auto-steering system and IoT-enabled field monitoring systems can optimize field operations, reduce soil compaction, reduce soil degradation and associated emissions, and minimize the fuel consumption. Then the artificial intelligence and the use of the prediction models can be used to predict CO2 emissions, to make it possible to establish the principles of smart harvesting. Smart harvesting is about how can we use the machinery, the harvesters, with the better conditions to minimize the impacts of to the soil and the environment. AI analyzes, for example, yield variability, maturity variability, to recommend the timing and the route of the equipment, minimizing fuel use and soil disturbance, reducing emissions. Well, I will present two projects of our team. The first one is definition of management areas for intelligent mechanized harvesting of peanuts. Peanuts is an underground crop, and the objective of this project is developing management zones for peanut harvesting using remote sensing and machine learning with a focus on creating agronomic maps that optimize harvesting and increase production efficiency. This project aligns the SDG 2, 8, and 17 of the United Nations, and this project is developed by Tiago Oliveira, my PhD student. In this project, we will collect data on the field with several points, sample points. We will collect peanut maturity, productive, and biomass of the mainly cultivars of Brazilian peanuts. We work with vegetation indices, topographic indices, soil texture, climate data, and we will analyze it with machine learning to generate okay, thank you. To generate models for to predict the better conditions for the harvesting. Then we will make a map of management zones, and with this mapping, we will decide about the adjustments to the machine, to the harvest machine. The second one project is about the climate risk modeling of peanut crop and the impacts on mechanization in different climate change scenarios, with the objective to determine the climate risks of the peanut crop in Brazil and the USA in the current scenario and future scenarios, two future scenarios. Mitigation, the first one, mitigation, and the second one, high greenhouse gas emissions. This project is aligned with SDGs 2, 8, and 13. Also in this project, we will have a data collection in states of Mato Grosso do Sul and São Paulo in Brazil, and in the state of Georgia in the United States. We will use some data, historical data of NASA Power and the World Climate, and we will step in the field to collect some information about some diseases of peanuts. We will pretend correlate the data, the historical data, and elaborate scenarios to the future data. In these scenarios, we will use the water risk calculation and the GD to project the occurrence risk in three projections: near future, 2021 to 2040, distant future, 2041 to 2060, and the very distant future, 2061 to 2080. and will generate maps with high risk, medium risk, or low risk. And with this map, we will make decisions about the plant adjustment, about the adjustments to mechanized harvesting, and jig inverter or harvest and harvest inverter. Well, to finalize, some considerations. Our research results are pointed to remote sensing and artificial neural networks represents an effective and promising approach to predict peanut yield and maturity, potato and sweet potato yield and quality. Our results have precision in our models about 92%. The next steps, we pretend application of models to generation spatial variability maps of yield, quality, and maturity to define the best harvest settings based on the variability maps to reduce the crop losses, the harvesting losses, and to predict CO2 emissions with this. Well, thank you for attention.
So thank you very much. Let's continue this session. We're in the half of the session. So now is the turn for Pablo García Palacios. Pablo is a tenured scientist at the Institute for Agricultural Science, again from the Spanish National Research Council, where he leads the Ecosystem Ecology and Agroecology Lab. So he's interested in the interface between ecosystem ecology and soil sciences, and he's now focusing on the role of the interaction between plants and soil organisms in the storage and cycling of elements like carbon and nitrogen in the soil. So thank you very much, Pablo. I give you the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nacho. Well, first of all, I would like to thank FAPESP for organizing this interesting event and the Complutense University for hosting. And finally, also to Nacho Velda for inviting me to give a talk here today. Here I'm going to talk about soil health, not that much about digital agriculture, but I hope this complements the previous talks more on the side of digital agriculture. And I'm going to talk about arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. This is an important soil community for plant growth, and soil organic carbon as two tools that are important for the use in sustainable agriculture. Well, this work has been led by Anna Campos and Anna Ettlinger, who should get all the credit. Well, agriculture nowadays is facing a triple challenge. On the one hand, we have an increasing global population that is expected to reach up to 9 billion people by 2015, following the UN demographic models. The countries such as, continents such as North America or Europe have reached a plateau in the growth. China is also following, and India eventually, but there are other continents, for instance, Africa, which will keep growing for the last decades. So we have to feed this increasing human population, and we have to do it in a way differently from the great advance achieved by the Green Revolution years back, that also were hand by hand with major environmental impacts that we all know, such as soil degradation and or water pollution. And we have to increase in a sustainable way our production of food under the risk imposed by climate change, so warmer temperatures globally, drought conditions, especially in our latitudes, in the Mediterranean basins, and also major extreme events such as heat waves, floods, or droughts. Of course, this is a tremendous challenge, and we need different approaches to face it, from genetic improvements, by CRISPR or other technologies, and also by getting back to the soil, which is what I'm going to defend here today. So on the one hand, we will be having on the left side an extensive system, for instance, a grassland, where you have multiple plant species growing there, high soil biodiversity, high soil organic carbon stocks, but low plant growth. We have very close cycles of nutrients and carbon, meaning that these nutrients and carbon are not losses to the atmosphere or to the deeper soil layers. On the other hand, we have an intensive agricultural systems, for instance, dominated by one crop species, which can be maize, for instance, with low soil biodiversity, low soil organic carbon, and high plant growth that is maintained by high inputs of different external inputs, such as inorganic pesticides and fertilizers. Well, we can imagine something in between, such as sustainable system, where you have high soil biodiversity that is gained by increased plant diversity, high soil organic carbon stocks, and then the need, we have also high plant growth that doesn't need that many external inputs because the losses outside of the system are much less reduced. Well, I'm going to discuss a couple of options that we have in our toolbox of sustainable agriculture focusing in soil. On the one hand, these are arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. These are beneficial soil organisms for plant growth that exchange nutrients, importantly phosphorus, which is key for plant growth, in exchange for carbon. These organisms are inherently linked to plant roots and help plants to cope with different abiotic and biotic stresses. We also have a soil organic carbon that is very well known because of its role in climate change mitigation, but it also plays a major role for plant growth because soil organic carbon is at the fundamentals of soil life. It increases water retention, and it's also key for soil nutrient cycling. Well, I'm going to focus on a research project that we conducted a few years ago. It was a European project that we were sampling different cereal fields and croplands from south of Spain up to the north of Sweden, where cereal fields, especially citrus species such as barley and wheat. And we were having two main goals. On the one hand, to test the role of AMF. You will be hearing this a lot. AMF is the acronym for arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. So the potential of this soil community to transfer phosphorus to plants. And we will also be looking at this relationship between soil organic carbon and crop yield. To do that, we were running an observational study across this gradient, so a standardized field protocol. We were sampling soils and plants and making interviews to farmers to get information on farming practices and also getting information on cereal yield, soil organic carbon, soil biodiversity, and different soil fertility attributes. Well, the first study that was led by Anna Edlinger, she did a very elegant study, in my opinion. She was taking soil samples across this European gradient, bring that to the greenhouse, conduct an isotope tracer experiment where she was tracing the phosphorus by a radioisotope 333P from a compartment up to the plants. So the important thing is that this compartment, you have different mesh sizes, so only HiFi, not the plant roots, can access to that. So all the 33 phosphorus that you will be finding in the plants is derived by the role of arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi and not by plant roots. She was using Plantago lanceolata as the phytometer. You may agree with me that Plantago lanceolata is not an important plant for agriculture, but it's an important phytometer. It grows well in greenhouse and is very highly responsive to AMF communities. So we were tracking back this phosphorus in leaves and also addressing by sequencing the root AMF microbiome. Well, one important result that we found is that the recovery of that phosphorus from this compartment up to the plants was much reduced in croplands, 39% less phosphorus recovery in croplands when compared to grassland soils. So as remember, we were working with real natural soils from the field, not AMF inoculum. Well, this phosphorus signal was not replicated when we were studying soot biomass or the total phosphorus content in the plants. When we were looking at the drivers of this phosphorus recovery, in this case in the croplands, in the cereal fields, we found that fungicide application and very rough assessment, which is just the number of events that fungicides are applied during the year in your farm, were having a major impact on this recovery of phosphorus in plant leaves, with having a negative effect. So the higher the number of events, the less phosphorus recovered in the plants. And also this phosphorus recovery was positively related with the diversity of these arbuscular mycorrhizae fungi in soils. So overall, what we have is that the land use is playing a major role. So when you convert grasslands to cereal fields, you lose the role of these beneficial plant symbionts for phosphorus acquisition. And also pesticides have a major impact of this arbuscular mycorrhizal functioning because it reduces its diversity and therefore their role to really benefit plant growth. The second study that I want to show you, using the same European gradients, so from Spain to Sweden, in this case focusing on soil organic carbon, we were addressing its relationship with crop yield. And what we found, SOC, which is soil organic carbon, was significantly related with the cereal yield. So by having a positive impact at the beginning, so the higher the soil organic carbon, the higher the cereal yield, up to a certain level. In fact, we found this level to be at 1.4% of soil organic carbon when you stop having positive effects on crop yield. And this relationship was quite of good magnitude in comparison with previous well-studied drivers of plant yield at this high spatial scale, which are climates such as MATs, which is the mean annual temperature, or farming practices such as tillage or fertilization. So soil organic carbon can have multiple co-benefits in agricultural systems. Regarding climate change mitigation, it's part of the problem because agricultural systems are responsible of between 30 to 20% of CO2 and methane emissions to the atmosphere, so a major climate change impact. But it's also a solution because agricultural systems have a huge depth of soil carbon. When you have transformed natural ecosystems to agricultural systems, you lose carbon, so that represents a huge potential if we are able to restore or to come back to these previous levels of soil organic carbon in these agricultural systems. What we have found is that beyond this climate change potential, climate change mitigation potential, there is also an important benefit on production, of course up to a certain level, which agrees also with have been found by other studies that are talking between 1.3 to 2% of maximum soil organic carbon benefits in China, for instance, or in a global meta-analysis. So that's all I have here today. I just want to thank the funders of this European project. That was a Biodiversa Plus program that involved different institutions. In Spain, we have the Rey Juan Carlos University, the National Research Council, Agroscope in Switzerland, INRAE in France, SLU in Sweden, and the Free University in Berlin, Germany. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pablo. Great and very interesting presentation. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Pablo.
So the next one, the last Brazilian speaker of the session will be José Alexandre Melo de Maté. José de Maté is a full professor on advanced pedology and geotechnologies at the University of São Paulo at ESALC, the School of Agriculture. Coordinator of geotechnologies on Soil Science Group, the Brazilian Soil Spectral Library and Brazilian Soil Spectral Service. So welcome, José de Maté. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity for FAPESP and for the university to try to come and show some of the things that we are doing, okay? So here's our title. I should say that our focus is very wide from agriculture, environment, and food security. And many times during my speech, when I prepared, we have some reflections. How much do we produce on food? This is a point. How much can we produce? Or how impacted is our environment? what are we doing on agriculture? And how are our soils capacity? What can we do to improve so we go from private wet soil laboratories? This is where our group works. We go from a wet laboratory, we go to the field, we go to the extensionists, agronomists, consultants. We go until the end to see what is happening on all this chain. Okay, so said this, I'm going to tell a little bit about the group. This is the group that we work with. It's GLCs from our university. It's a very simple group, a small group. So all I will present here was performed by this small group. But it's an active, interactive team called GLCs. Today is with 25 students that over the last 25 years created a system to disseminate the technology to Brazil and to other countries. We started in 10 hectares, went to a city, went to São Paulo state, went to Brazil, Latin America, and today we're in a global-wide scale. We have about 81 Brazilian soil science partners from 41 institutions from all states and a strong international partnership such as California, Arizona, Texas, Israel, Iran, Russia, Germany, Spain, Australia, China, and other places. And more than that, we are included on some research with the European Spatial Agency. So we reached research from Amazonia until Antarctica as well, where I made an adventure there. It was a real adventure to go there, but gave a lot of information about what's happening in our world. So this team works from the basics of knowledge, scientific, and go to the applications, but also we keep an eye on everything that is upcoming. So we keep 3 pillars. So based on that, the key of all of it, of course, data, programming, digital soil mapping, interpretation, and the impacts. So it was great, the previous presentations, but I think that all comes together. Now, based on this, the power that I'm going to show and where is the key of all of it is remote sensing, proximal and remote sensing. Because proximal and remote sensing, you have all these ranges that you can study soils or plants. And you can study, and you have more than 7,000 satellites, lots of them that are freely, that you can have, like it's such as Sentinel that we have here in Landsat. So you have lots of information. You can have the sensor inside a laboratory, a tractor, a drone, a vent, an airplane, and you can upscale to satellites. More than that, we have all temporal images since 1980. So you can see what's happening with all the land use. And we are going to the spatial resolution for 30 to 30 centimeters. Okay, more than that, we are upscaling to hyperscale information. We have Prisma from Italy, InMap for Germany. US is already preparing Landsat, all hyperspectral ones. When they reach the hyperspectra, you can see the chlorophyll of the plants. You can see the hematite from a soil with an instrument located 800 kilometers from the target. Okay. So, and then we can go back to the synchrotron that is in Campinas. So we made some things in the synchrotron too. The synchrotron is a microscale. So you go to the microscale to see the microorganisms, but it's all soil sensing. It's all light. It's all physics. So if it's all physics, the optical part comes good because you can upscale from laboratory, everything you learn here. You can upscale to the satellite, and with that, you gain scale on mapping. So I'm going to show a first film that we created, this called the Geospatial Soil Sensing System. And I'm going to try to say while the film goes on. I'm going to explain it. Okay. What we are going to see here is that this is our data set, all points with soil samples. Now, we got the spectra for all these points in the laboratory, and then we created a system. It's all green, but now what you're going to see is all bare soil. We can see all the bare soil. This is infrared, all the country. So see the bare soil and the variation is what's happening. This is a spectra. And we can go until 30 meters resolution, and you can go far. And this is spectra that can be transformed to carbon, to iron, to CEC, and to granulometry, that is texture. It's the most important ones. I will not say nutrients because we can go to the discussion. But these are the ones that do by satellites, with, of course, the error that the satellite can give you. And then you can go afterwards the soil types, imaginative zones that was told here, and then you go to precision agriculture. So everything is tightened. If you do not have the complete characterization of the soil, how can you do all these other stuff that we are trying to do? Because soils is not only clay, soil is mineralogy that drives many things. This is an example of the system. You don't see the soil, so when it comes, we made a pipeline script, and the pipeline can see all the completely infrared bare soil. With that, we can see each pixel, and this is a spectra. This is a proxy. By the proxy, if you have the pattern of carbon, clay, or any other thing, and even microbiology that we are trying to seek, then you spatialize, because you have the pattern. This is what we are doing, and based on that, we just finished this pipeline. This is Brazil. It's all 30 meters resolution. We mapped the complete Brazil with 29 soil covariables. As you see, biological covariables, ureas, beta-glucans, phosphatase, mineralogy, because mineralogy impacts on microbiology. Mineralogy impacts on carbon reduction. So this is the potential that soil can produce. We did not see the plant, we see the soil, until the deep soil, how much he can produce. All red colors are low production, all green are high production. The title of the paper and our basic result is a number. Brazil is Brazil is producing 30% less than it could do. This was the title. Because the system shows until how much you can reach. And this is the point. Many times we don't know how much we can reach. We only try to improve the productivity. But what is the limit? So this type of system puts soil plus climate, trying to show a big picture. Another operation using this is for environment. At the left, you don't see nothing. It's an agriculture area. But at the right, with the system, you see those different colors. These are all fragile soils. These are all wetlands inside the agriculture area. They should not be under agriculture. And we did this for 1/3 of Brazil, and we could capture many areas inside agriculture that was extracting with agriculture. So this is another approach that we can use by remote sensing. And this is another one. This is it's just in submission. We made the soil health map of Latin America and Caribbean. We just finished this paper. So soil health is another name that came on. And I always want to say that soil health is part of it. We have to remember that soil is a body, a complete body that has dynamics, and soil health is part of it. And this is another map that we just finished for Brazil. It's all the quantity of water that we have in each type of soil. So this will help public policies regarding water. And this one is the more new, that we are making the soil CO2 flux. And all of this is based on reflectance. Reflectance, texture, reflectance, transfer functions. But of course, every time we need a pattern, and then we transform. Okay? And finally, we went to the globe. We made other papers at globe, but this one is the brand new one, trying to see the biomass that we can reach. So we got really good results on this. And I finish with this new other film. This other film is going to show things that it's ongoing as well. So I'm going to talk and saying what's happening. None of these were published yet, but you will see how do we play with the scales and the data. Okay, so it starts going to a farm level, and inside these levels we go inside pits, we go to field, and the information goes to cloud base, and can go back to the farmer with the soil analysis based on the modelizing of artificial intelligence. Okay. Sorry, let's put, okay, I think I'm in time, huh? Put very low here. Okay? Okay, so that's it. So, okay, on the microphone. So here we go to farm level, but before we go inside pits, we always go to field. We have to validate the spectra that we see. As I said, this spectra goes to cloud, is Braspex, and you receive the soil analysis based on the models. We have 60,000 samples inside this platform. It's a free platform. Then we go to another way to, another strategy. Now we're going to see what's happening on one farm with the carbon along the time. So as you see on this farm, we have about 60 farms along Brazil. All these are dots, points with carbon. But we have carbon on 1 year, 2020, and then we pass all covariates plus satellites. This goes to the machine learning, but we know the carbon at the final. So we try to get a script to reach the final carbon afterwards. Well, in the final, and I'm not going to say now, you're going to see a map. The map, the areas that are red, it's because the carbon was degraded along the time. And this was discovered by the script. So this is only in one farm. Look, every part that is red, it was degraded along 4 years. And it was an area with high consultors in the area. But they were, and the production was going up, but the degradation was going down, was going up as well. He was not seeing carbon. Now I'm going to change. This is the Brazilian. We made for Brazil from the 80s until today. It's the temporal carbon situation. What happened with carbon in 84? And we put only 2 times here. This is a 30 meters map. And finally, we go to the globe, carbon, and carbon stock maps. We made for pH, bulk density, carbon stock, pH, and we compared between forest areas and agriculture areas, and we just saw what we expected, that in agriculture areas, carbon decreased, and the forests, they are higher. And we are, with all these data, we are trying to find more answers for everything that we have. So the point here is the data set. We have a big data set that we can work with, but once more, we always go, the validation, we do statistic validation, but to create this technique, I had to go a lot to field to try to validate at field. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the exciting talk. So let's finish the session.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the light is off. And okay, sorry, it's the. Okay, so let's finish the session with Miguel's talk. Miguel Verdugo is a tenured scientist here at Complutense University in Madrid, where he's starting his own lab on the emergent alternative states and resilience lab. He's starting a big European project funded by the ERC, where he's trying to discover basically the biological basis of ecosystems stability or ecosystem resilience. So it's nice that we have already introduced the global scale in the session because I think that Miguel is going to share some of his thoughts on this scale. So let's see what Miguel has to share with us, and then we will have the question session. Okay, so thank you very much, Miguel.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. As Nacho has said, actually I'm not I'm not really specialized in agro systems, but I do know a little bit about natural soils, and I think that they can be used as spyglasses for agriculture. Actually, what I do is a global change ecologist, and basically we all work with the same framework. It's basically there are some drivers of global change that can be climate change or land use intensification or different affections. Basically they affect different processes of ecosystems that, if we care about soils, is about erosion, biogeochemical imbalances, or soil carbon losses. And that basically is important for us because it affects services that ecosystems provide to us. That is basically what the framework that any ecologist working on global change drivers will do, and I am not an exception. What I am an exception is that I work in drylands. And let me introduce a bit my study system. So drylands are basically sites where it does not rain enough. And if I had to choose 3 reasons why they are actually interesting, the very first one will be that they are vast. They occupy half of the terrestrial surface, and it is estimated that 1 out of 3 people on Earth actually live in drylands. The second one is that they are vulnerable, because you may notice because of the spatial distribution of these areas, but they occur mostly in developing countries, and it is estimated that half of the people in these areas are actually poor. Also, climate change is already increasing the arid conditions that these already very arid places are actually experiencing. And that is an important thing that we need to care about. And finally, and this is something that connects very tightly with my research, they are complex. And when things are complex, then everything gets complicated. What I mean is that in a simple system or a relatively simple system, what you expect is that when you have a global change driver acting, the functioning of the system will basically decrease gradually as this global change driver is actually putting an effect. But when you have a complex system, this may actually not be the case. And it may happen that in the beginning you are actually not changing too much until you reach a threshold or a limit in the global change driver that basically makes the system suddenly and abruptly degrade and stay in a degraded state. That is basically most of the things that I am working on right now, and my question in the beginning of my research was whether this is actually the case of drylands. So I basically selected some studies that I did during my career talking about this and soil, and I'm going to basically present some very key results of them. The very first thing is this one. This was basically a study that we were studying plant spatial patterns and the relationship that they have with soil functioning. It's not really important, but the point is that we came across with this weird picture. It's basically relating aridity with the functionality of the soil. And where most of the people actually were seeing a negative relationship with them, we realized that there are actually 2 clouds. Like, either you can be high functional or low functional, but being in between is kind of weird. Actually, if you apply some transformation to these particular graphs, what you basically find is this. I'm not going to give too much details, but if you look at it from above, actually you will see this. This means what you are seeing here as black lines are the most probable ways that the ecosystem can have given an aridity. And actually what it means is that when you have low aridity, you are functioning great, and when aridity actually increases, you will still functioning great until a given point in which you have no other option than to fall into a degraded state and maintain in there. This is functionality of soils, so this is actually kind of very important, and it resembles a lot to this particular pattern. This was the very first time that we saw this pattern of abrupt transitions with increasing aridity, and that began my research interest in this, right? So some years after, we published this paper in Science with some collaborations of different people, looking at more broadly about how much of these ecosystem features actually follow this pattern. As you increase aridity, they basically transform abruptly. And we found out that actually all of the attributes that we were studying were transforming abruptly or non-linearly as aridity increases. And actually, the thresholds or the limits of the aridity where actually they transformed were not random, but they were following three main thresholds. The very first one was about some vegetation decaying phase, and it is about how vegetation adapts to this aridity, not really too much important for the soils. But given a point at 0.7, at aridity of 0.7, the soils disrupt. Suddenly we have much less carbon, much less nitrogen, and several less aspects of the soils are actually affected. And the final one was basically becoming a desert, which has to be, again, with vegetation. The point is that some years after, we published this other paper that focuses much more on soil attributes of ecosystems. And we uncovered that it doesn't matter what is the soil, microorganism or the organisms of the soil that you are studying, or it doesn't matter how is the function, or what is the functioning attribute that you are studying, all of them tend to collapse more or less at the same aridity value. And so that basically leads us to the very first conclusion, that is that the affections of climate change on the soil parameters are actually most probably non-linear and abrupt. And that changes the whole picture, because it means that you are very, very vulnerable, especially to climate change. But that is climate change. What happens with the rest of global change drivers? If you include more global change drivers, the thing changes even more dramatically. In this other study that we published some years ago, we were interested in seeing what is the affection of the incidence, the simultaneous incidence of several global change drivers at the same time on the services that the soil can provide. And we found out, not very surprisingly, that the more global change drivers that you include, the more affection you have in the services, the less they function, right? But what is interesting is that when you look at the different global change drivers like aridity, seasonality, heavy metals, salinity, different of them, they all have their own effect on the services. But at the same time, they have another effect because they are acting together. So it's not an addition of effects. It's an addition of effects plus another effect of being together. Actually, that effect can be even multiplicative or interactive. And what happens is that, for instance, for maximum temperature basically decreases the services of the soil, but when it is accompanied by different stressors, this affection is even higher. So we repeated this well, not repeated, but focus much more on soil carbon, and actually we found in another paper that basically it works the same. So the simultaneous incidence of several global change stressors are markedly synergistic, and they are multiplicative rather than additive. So basically that leads us to think that, okay, so if we are going to respond non-linearly to global change, and also the more global change drivers we have, the worse. So basically that leads us to the hell, right? But what can we do? What can we actually study, or what can we improve in order to fight with this? And after thinking a lot about this, I basically found that the answer is resilience. What you need is understanding the mechanisms by which this ball will not crash. And there are mechanisms that actually help us to understand it. What we need to find out is how to push those mechanisms in order to fight against. So on my understanding, there are actually three ways of doing this. And the very first one will be understanding the mechanisms. It's nice to know the pattern, but then you need to understand the how. And we have been caring a lot about which are the mechanisms that actually operate this. And we found out that soil carbon is one of the most important. In this study that still we are not publishing, we are using remote sensing and different artificial intelligence tools to discover what is affecting to the soil moisture memory. That is the ability of the soil to store water and maintain water on it. And we discover many things, but one of the most interesting is that it doesn't matter which metric you measure about the soil moisture memory, all of them have a threshold effect with soil organic carbon, which means that there is a minimum soil organic carbon needed in order to the soil to be functional retaining water. And that basically is it's a value. It doesn't matter exactly which one, but it's interesting to notice that when you look at how soil organic carbon disappears with aridity, it is more or less the same value of soil organic carbon, the one that actually remains after the 0.7 threshold of aridity. So there seems to be a relationship in there. Another way of trying to protect the soil functioning is focusing on the fact that soil is alive because of the diversity that it holds. So we need to understand better the diversity of the soil, and that is something that we still do not know too much at global scales. That is why it's interesting to know the drivers of soil diversity at global scales, which is something that we are also working on. And finally, we can also think out of the box. So finding some new research avenues or some new research interests that actually can save us from these non-linear affections, right? And one of them is, for instance, this article that I like it a lot, which is it's about biological soil crust. Those are lichens and microbes that actually live in the soil skin, and that they are usually not noticeable when you are living in a forest, but when you are in a desert, they can be the only thing living in there. Actually, you can see in Egypt and Israel, this difference in colors is basically only the soil biological soil crust, and it is due to different ways of dealing with the soil. So in this paper, we actually explore whether this can actually save us from being in this undesired bad state, right? We do it theoretically, but in theory, we should keep going on this direction. And another tool that we have that's of thinking out of the box is trying to learn from nature self-organization. In this other paper, we explore how vegetation actually helps the soils of the systems that in theory have very low cover, but still they function very well to maintain that high functionality. And that is something that we can learn from the nature and apply into our agricultural systems, because the spatial distribution of, in agriculture is something that is very underexplored. So, long story short, to build soil resilience, we need to increase our understanding of its drivers, notably the biodiversity, and start using novel perspectives. That is what we are trying to do in our lab, the Alternative States and Resilience Lab, using some funding that is coming with new projects like Inertia and TIPS, funded by the European Research Council and the Spanish Ministry, and that are focused basically on resilience, right? So thank you very much for your attention. Any question? Welcome.
Okay, so please, the other speakers, maybe
maybe
we can be all together in the table.
Yeah, we have some time.
So, yeah, we have not too much time, but maybe for a couple of questions.
Yes.
So we just use the chairs, guys.
There are 6 of us.
So first of all, thank you for these very, very interesting presentations. The thing I like it most is that it was not only about soil. It was much broader than that, much more interesting, because that's how it is, that's how nature is, and as Miguel said, it is complex, and being complex, it can be complicated. So we have time for questions from the audience, but yeah, so I will leave mine for as a second resource if we have some.
First, thank you for the amazing panel. I would like to make a provocative question. Please be free, each one, to answer. Always, when I'm talking about the reason why we are accelerating climate change, We are losing the natural ecosystem that maintain the climate equilibrium, reduce rain, blah, 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 blah. And because the population is increasing, we are reducing natural areas and promoting a very large monocultures land. And you describe very well the consequences. The question is, we needed to develop in science instruction or recommendations. What is the area that we can use it for to produce food, and what is the percentage in area that we need to maintain as a natural ecosystem to maintain precipitation, deep water, biodiversity, blah, blah, blah. I think to communicate with who take decisions, we needed the science needed to find these numbers. It's like a survivor plan, you know. This is my question for all. Can we go in this direction and try answer these questions?
La pregunta del siglo.
Maybe you can answer the question.
No, I'm not going to answer. I'm going to continue. Well, I think the first point is we have to understand everything, as we are all trying to do. This is science. This part is science. The other part is give the numbers and show what's happening. Now, the other part is, I think it comes from top to bottom. We made some papers to see what happened with a culture, certain culture, along the history. And we saw that it goes up and down like sugarcane. It transforms according to the government. So it's not only in Brazil, I think on many places in the world this happens. So I think we're not facing only the issue of science, but it's an issue that comes from top to bottom. Now I'm not going inside of this part. I prefer to stay in science. But this is the point. First, we see what we're trying to see, what is happening. Then we give the picture. And from the picture, it has to come from public policies. So what you're asking for, science can try to give. But after we give this, where is better and where is not? Why should we have all sugarcane in São Paulo state, for example? I can just only, if I just only say to them, to politics, it will not function. So I see that the point is between science and politics, because everything here is it's the range on the money, on the budget, how it's gonna the number of sugar, the number of the ethanol, all these things will impact on it. So for instance, I only can see us trying to give the situation and show that. I understood your position, but I think, for example, we have maps that said where is the best culture to be in. In Brazil, we have maps that say that, but it didn't continue because it's other things that happens in the market and on demand that it changes everything. So it has to be top bottom, I think so. After seeing the big picture. It's not an easy question.
¿Está funcionando? Sí. Voy a seguir mi línea de responder en español. Pienso que la academia todavía tiene que aproximarse mucho del sector de aplicación. Es algo que veo que viene creciendo en Brasil, y por lo que se ha presentado aquí de los colegas españoles también. Recién participé de la COP29 en Bakú. Todavía aún los países de mayor área, aún con todas las políticas que han establecido para mitigación de los efectos climáticos, como Brasil, todavía tienen números altos de emisiones y de impacto medio ambiente. Brasil está en el 6º lugar, este año ha salido en el 6º lugar aún. Políticas públicas y parcería con iniciativa privada y pública, veo que es un camino, pero otro camino es, de hecho, el incentivo a la disminución de los impactos a través de algunos tipos de medidas de medición y de incentivo al mercado de carbono, a la disminución y adopción de políticas o de prácticas productivas menos impactantes. No se trata de dejar de producir, se trata de desperdiciar menos, todavía se desperdicia mucho en toda la cadena productiva, y los diferentes sectores trabajar en los diferentes nichos de cadenas productivas también, y la academia trabajando ahí con los dolores que el lado de afuera de los muros de la universidad tiene. Creo que eventos como este también, y los editales, las convocatorias que la FAPESP y los órganos de España vienen promoviendo, están buscando eso también, de aproximar los dos lados. Para una respuesta concreta para tu pregunta, es muy difícil una respuesta satisfactoria.
Yeah, so basically they are give you the hints, but one thing that I think is very important for the people doing politics is that they understand that the answer to this question is it is not easy. So there is no magic number, and they need to understand this in order to keep advancing into any direction. Also, it's not easy because even if we can give you a number, it's not the only opinion that you need to take into account. Ours is just basically part of the story. The other part of the story will come from another front. So you cannot, we cannot seek for easy solutions. We need to keep on doing local things, asking that locally in order to understand for this particular region, for this particular agriculture, for this particular country, what is the solution to this question, and try to do our best.
I have a question more or less related to what you are talking about, but more in a practical perspective. My question is how do your research can support developing tools for decision-making in a company level? Because I saw in your presentation very interesting data, technologies for application, but it's more technical. And when you talk about implementing these solutions in a company level, for example, for SMEs or for small farmers, this kind of applications, we need to synthesize this technical information to a more simple manner of a communication. So I don't know if you have research initiatives in developing tools to support this application of your research you share with us today. So as a more general question, if you have this kind of project, I don't know, initiative, it would be nice if you could talk a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, so we are always aware that we have to transfer our knowledge and our research. That's always key point on the projects. We also collaborate with companies already, and because they tend to be closer to farmers, and the message reaches better. There is not a specific program only to transfer, but it's always there in our research. In our case, we try to always have as much as possible of the procedure in open source and available for general public, and really well documented that they can replicate and use. We need to go towards that. And also facilitate, because we work in a public institution, so we are not capable of having the network needed to provide the service by ourselves, but we can transfer it to another company or just give the knowledge. We don't have the capacity of doing the business ourselves, provide the service, because it implies quite some work, but we always are willing to transfer the knowledge. And we always try to have demonstration days to prove that it works, to try to reach our message as far as we can.
Someone more?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there are multiple examples of this transfer, no, to the industry. For instance, regarding soil biodiversity, which is a key component of soil health. For instance, with arbuscular mycorrhizal, there are multiple companies addressing the potential to inoculate this in farms. There are already a new generation of biostimulants that are trying to benefit from this role, and there are already multiple big agrochemical companies that are developing these microbial inoculants for agriculture, for instance.
Excuse me, I only want to make a compliment. It was a fantastic speech of our colleague here. I was really impressed with his presentation, his work. And we have to keep in mind that at first we are scientists. We make science. And as we make science, of course, we have the basic sciences and we have sciences that we can go forward. So we are all trying to say that we are trying to reach the companies. But we have to keep in mind that 20 years ago, NDVI was nothing. Nobody wanted NDVI. So NDVI is today in the market. So many things takes time to get in the market. So many things that we make in science, at the first you don't see it in the market. It will need time to get developed. So we have to keep both foot. What you need today, and you have to continue science to make the evolution on the next day. It's how I see. So everything that is being done is important. So some is already applied, and some things you have to see at local places.
Okay. I think that is important transfer these technologies to the small farmers. To the big farmers is easy, but the small farmers is more difficult. I think it's this main problem. But we can get this situation with using technologies, free technologies. For example, when you use satellite imageries, we have satellite imageries free, and can put these images, these technologies for the small farmers.
Well, congratulations to all of you. So it was a very nice session. And but my question will be to Miguel. So in an evolutionary time scale, so you mentioned that perhaps the carbon concentration is part of the answer in terms of avoiding the collapse of the soils. But in terms of evolution, so our planet has 4.5 billion years old. And the Amazon, for instance, right now, dozens of millions of years before was at the bottom of the sea with a very low levels of carbon. So how do you see this regarding your work, this dynamic world in terms of the mass conservation? Because the mass and the carbons are the same, the concentration is the same, so they moves from one part to the other. How do you see this in your perspective of this dynamic world?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it's a question that I'm going to love answering. So my opinion has always been that in geologic scales, these actually are not relevant questions. These questions are interesting for us because we are actually kind of, we focus on ourselves. We want to save ourselves. For the planet, it is exactly the same if everything is a desert or not. So it will work, and it has always worked, and it will continue working without us. So actually these questions are actually only, from my point of view, only relevant for us. So when I say that soil carbon actually can save the system to be in a degraded state, the point in that sentence is what is degraded. Degraded is for us, for the planet. It doesn't care.
Okay, so maybe I'm the last question here. So again, congratulations. I'm a physician by training, so I don't know anything about soil, but I learned a lot. But I have a curiosity. In Brazil recently, it has been described that we have now an arid area. We didn't have this before. We only had, when I was in the school, semi-arid everything. So now you have. And also, as in Spain, a couple of years ago, we have a huge fire that actually changed quite a bit of our vegetation. My question is, when you do these satellites analysis and drones, can you find through a very fast evolution from a couple of years ago and see whether this soil is changing, not only in this farm that you are actually working, but somehow it comes up in the northeast of Minas Gerais, for instance, I know here. This was not here 10 years ago. Now I can see, and as was discussed before, it just can be translated in a public policy and tell them, okay, there is something changing here that I find by chance. So.
Okay, trying to respond. Yes, we made some works, but it depends on what you're looking for. Some things are more than 100 years, 200 years, not this point. Some pedologists can make some marks to see that. But if we get on until we have the images, for example, we made a script that it was published when you pick a pixel and it analyzes from the 80s until today. And this pixel, you can see that it's changing. Many things are happening. But one thing is the most important. We can see the textures change. So it was sandy, and then it came to clay. So if it was sandy, it came to clay, something happened, and this was erosion. So erosion is something that you can see in less time. In 30 years, you can see. So this is one idea that could be seen. Others could be not the dunes, não as dunas, as áreas. Desertifications. From where they are going and moving, people start to make some things to see this movement as well. And even in the arid areas, on Egypt, for example, that you have lots of wind, and the wind takes from one place to another the minerals, they can see the changing. So it has to be only 50 years changing.
Well, I guess we have to close. I'd like to just say a very few words, just repeating that really this is a complex problem. It's a very important problem. Agriculture plays a major role in all these things, in climate change, in all these disruptions that are happening. Just to respond to some of the comments, we continue to need more evidences. That's why we need FAPESP and all the other funders, because we still need more science and more evidences. But we also need to reach a stage in which those evidences can be transferred, either to companies, to governments, to inform policies. And a final comment, someone mentioned small farming. Yes, when we speak of agriculture, usually the big farmers are the ones that have more access to technology. So we need to look at small farmers because they're the ones that produce food, not commodities. And last but not least, for those of you who don't know the word, look for planetary health. It's about all of that we have been working on. So I just pass the word to my colleague Nacho to the final words, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. Just a final remarks. I think that we have taken the opportunity to highlight what this kind of highly diverse panel of speakers means for such a specific topic for a session, right? So for me, we have today two big lessons. So the future of agriculture maybe resides on understanding two things. One, we need high tech to obtain data. So okay, the high tech is already there. So now I think that people studying agriculture should understand one thing, is that agriculture crops are nothing but an ecosystem, and agroecosystems are subjected to exactly the same rules of other natural ecosystems. So just take advantage of the knowledge that ecologists have shared with us for the past, I don't know, 500 years or So we have the theoretical knowledge, we have already the technology. So just remove those things about, okay, I'm growing this specific crop, and okay, grapes are really special because I obtain a huge wine from. No. You are just growing a plant in an agroecosystem that are following the same ecological rules as other ecosystems, right? So we have the theory, we have the technology, it's just putting all together, and we have all these people working on these two fields. So thank you very much, and thank you for the nice session. Thank you.
Just to say that we